Christ Jesus has also laid hold of me. Brethren, I do not count myself to have apprehended, but one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching forward to those things which are ahead, I press toward the goal for the prize of the upward call of God in Christ Jesus. I remember I had an experience in college where I had changed my course in life. I was doing well, and then I had an incident where I got angry and I said and did some things, and at the end of that episode, I concluded that I couldn't make it, and I said to my friend who was my mentor, who we played basketball with, I said to him, I said, I don't think I cut out for this Christian thing because, I'm not, I'm not doing well. And he said to me, he said, Dave, I want you to remember something. He said, progress is more important than perfection. Because in life, perfection is unattainable, but progress is. And sometimes we dismiss ourselves in the middle of progress. And he pointed out to me, he said, look where you've come from. Look at where you are today. He said, you can't discount the progress because of your imperfections. And from that time, it reminded me to focus in on my progress rather than my imperfection. And as I've done that, I've continued to succeed and to excel. You can make an excuse for imperfection, but there's no excuse for lack of progress. And so each of us in our daily lives, I want to remind you today that progress is more important than perfection. And so focus on progressing and developing each day. Amen? Amen. Let's bow our heads. Father God, we thank you for the many lessons of life that we learn along our journey. We thank you for this opportunity to serve the Bahamian people and to provide direction and inspiration to them. Father, as we continue on our journey, I pray today that we would be reminded that progress is our responsibility, and progress is attainable even when perfection isn't. So we thank you for the proceedings today. Lord, we thank you for everything being done decently and in order. And at the end of the day, the Bahamian people would be the beneficiaries of our efforts. We thank you for these things. In Jesus' name, amen. Our Father, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses. We forgive those who are against us. Lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Hubert Minnis, Peter Turnquist, Brent Simonet, Desmond Bannister, Renwood Bell, Jeffrey Lloyd, Dr. Dwayne Sand, Marvin Dane, Francis Campbell, Nicio Diagula, Michael Pinsard, Darren Penfield, Ramal Pereira, Lanisha Rowe, Renville Rowe, Ellsworth Johnson, Philip Davis, Vaughn Miller, Patricia Parker Edgecombe, Aaron Lewis, Carlton Bolag, James Albrecht, Travis Robinson, Adrian Gibson, Donald Saunders, Frederick McAlpine, Hank Johnson, Mark Hume, Michael Pope, Miriam Beckley Emmanuel, Ruth Chipman, Ruben Ramming, Ricky Mackey, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Chanel Ferguson, Lennis Hannah Martin, Faisal Ford, Chester Cooper.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to adopt the message of the chaplain this morning. I think it's very appropriate, particularly at this time when the committee or committees and organizations that are dealing with disabled members of our society are celebrating their progress at this particular time. This morning on my way to Parliament, I listened to some interviews being conducted on the radio stations with some members of a few of the organizations that represent the disabled in our society. And they were talking about the intellectual disabilities that some of them may suffer. Some may suffer physical disabilities. And then, of course, there are some obstacles that we who are not disabled may have placed in their path. Or we may have even made other persons in our society disabled in the sense that they are unable to participate fully like they should. And at this time, I'll call on the minister with responsibility to say a few words with respect to the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Morning, Mr. Speaker, morning, members, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the member for Kalani, the most honorable Prime Minister in his absence, for proclaiming the week for persons with disabilities, the week 29th of November to 4th of December. And the week started with a church service at historic Bethel on Meeting Street. And Reverend Dr. Timothy Stewart pointed out that we all have some form of disability or the other. And that would have been after Ms. McPhee, one of our staff members, read the scripture from Braille because she is visually impaired. That would have been after one of our presidents for the persons who are hard of hearing, deaf and hard of hearing, Brother Cartwright from Grand Bahama, read the scripture. And Reverend Dr. Timothy Stewart pointed out that if we don't think we have some disability or the other, let those of us who are quote unquote able-bodied read from that Bible in Braille, or let us attempt to communicate via sign language. Even some regular things, those of us who claim to be so smart have the inability to do some things. But I also pointed out, and I would have, Mr. Speaker, in speaking about road traffic accidents and fatalities, would have mentioned that we continue to highlight the number of persons who are fatally wounded in traffic accidents, but there's very little focus on persons who become either temporary or permanently disabled as a result of these traffic accidents. So not everyone who has a disability was born with that. So those of us who are yet able-bodied, we have a responsibility to make arrangements for persons who are now suffering some disability, and for ourselves, because if we are graced with long life, we will encounter that fellow by the name of Arthur. I think it's arthritis, who will introduce us to that community of persons with disabilities. If we don't change some of our lifestyles, our health will deteriorate and we will have other forms of disabilities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister on behalf of the community of persons with disabilities while making remarks at the opening of the new housing, the subdivision on Carmichael Road, who would have announced setting aside 10% of those homes for persons with disabilities. I support quotas, Mr. Speaker, because quotas ensure that certain minority groups are not left out. And so there's a whole host of activities, but I want to highlight one in particular I would have mentioned before, a virtual town meeting to be held tomorrow evening at 6:30. And our guest speaker will be Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, who is the first blind president of the Senate of Jamaica. It promises to be interesting, and I just invite everyone to go on the website and participate in this virtual town hall meeting. It will increase our awareness and it will increase our responsibility to that community. Mr. Speaker, I continue to wear my orange because we are still celebrating the 16 days of activism to end violence against women and girls. And they coincide because there are reports of violence against women with disabilities. And so there's this opportunity to highlight both at the same time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I am moved to do something that I haven't done from this chair before. And I'm inviting all members to join in with me and to participate in this exercise. I believe that the 10% that the minister referred to in terms of the quota, I believe that when you give, you'll receive pressed down, shaken together, and running over. And so I am going to donate $100 to the organizations for disability, and I request all of my fellow colleagues here in Parliament to do likewise. I invite you, that is. The clerk will be responsible for collecting and issuing your receipts, so that I could determine who didn't. And honorable members, honorable members, having heard that, you are not restricted to the $100. You can go beyond.
That's why
The minimum donation is $100. Honorable members, you can find a convenient time to do that, and the clerk will oblige in the collection. Okay, honorable members, It's ordered that $100 to now lie on the table. Mr. Assistant Clerk, you are able to facilitate. Make sure take a note. Take a note. I'm moving right along with the order of business. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Risk Management Amendment Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Risk Management Number 2 Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further laying of documents by ministers.
Incidentally, members, while the assistant clerk is making its collection, we have deemed in this pandemic all members to be present in this parliament, which means that no member is exempt. All members are deemed present. Yes, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, having said that, my good friend Renzel Rule from Garden Hills, he is not physically here yet, but he took me fishing at Black Point over the weekend, where I caught a barracuda that I had to throw back. And so I want the record to show that I'm paying his $100 that I know he will give to me as soon as he arrives.
Collected. Statements and communications by ministers.
Communications by ministers, Mr. Speaker.
Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat, and new writs. Presentation of petitions. Presentation of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce and have read for the first time the following bill. A bill for an act to repeal the Ocean Industry Incorporated Aragonite Mining Encouragement Act, 1971. I so move. May I obtain a second?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, seeing that the motion has been moved and seconded, that means the motion is now on the floor for a vote by this House. Mr. Speaker, I know the member is seeking to do this today, but you know the member did not renew his notice. The member did not give notice at the last sitting of the House. The member renewed his note. The member did not stand up in this place, Exuma, and renew his notice. He did not. The record is clear. Now, if he spoke to the clerk after the sitting of the House, that is another matter. But he did not stand in this place and renew it. But nonetheless, since the motion is on the floor, Mr. Speaker, and the member has brought the issue under Rule 64.2, I think Rule 64.2 is clear. And Rule 64.2 is further expanded on by Rule 55 in our book, in our rules book here in this House. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we did not sit idly by on this whole issue of the Aragonite, of mining, of the petroleum industry, of the sovereign wealth fund. The member for Centerville brought to this House, Mr. Speaker, and put on the record of this House for well over a year, a call for a select committee to look into the issue. And there were many persons out there who were saying that this administration was being flippant about it. But it was this administration that gave the member the opportunity to be able to stand in this place and bring that resolution. Mr. Speaker, the motion is on the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not yielding. The motion is on the floor. When the member for Cat Island,
You're raising a point of order against the statement that he made. Just a moment, member. The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador, on a point of order.
Speaker, might I just draw you through the process and the procedure, because with him speaking on a motion, the first question he ought to ask himself is whether the motion is properly for debate at this time. Because I think the first question that has to arise is whether or not the House will give leave for the bill to be laid. And that has not happened. And so that is the point. I think what might be appropriate for the members to, on notices, to lay again on notices, and then we will come back to decide whether we.
Mr. Speaker, I simply raised the issue. Mr. Speaker, I simply raised.
Honorable member, just so I can fully understand what Cat Island is suggesting. I thought that 2 weeks or so ago, the member for Pine Ridge had laid. Did you gave notice? Did you lay?
He gave notice, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The member gave notice of his intention to lay the bill at the next sitting.
Yes.
The member came at that sitting and he renewed it at that sitting. The House subsequently met after that, Mr. Speaker. He did not renew it at our last sitting. But, Mr. Speaker, since he's put the motion on the floor, no, well, the fact of the matter is we're going to deal with this now. No, but we're going to deal with it now. Because, see, Mr. Speaker, under the rules, Mr. Speaker, under the rules,
honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, under the rules, the government side is not going to oppose the member putting the motion, because the member has moved and it has been seconded. So the motion is on the floor for a vote. Members have an opportunity to stand and speak. And I'm speaking to it before we move to vote, to have it so that the House can give leave to lay it on the table. And so, seeing that he's put the motion, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to address the matter so that there's no confusion as to the government's position on this issue. Because we're not going to allow folks to make this a political issue, Mr. Speaker, because the House has already taken this under advisement. The House is already moving with this issue. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to allow, there's a whole slew of people outside waiting. So, Mr. Speaker, seeing that the motion is on the floor, Mr. Speaker, you are known as the judge of the High Court of Parliament. The motion is on the floor. I'm speaking to the motion, and when I'm done, any other member in this place could speak to it before we take the vote. Okay? Before the House give leave.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, let me make a decision at this point. The honorable member, the honorable member for Pine Ridge, gave notice pursuant to Rule 64, subsection 2. And the rule says a private member may give notice of a bill by stating the title and delivering a copy of the bill to the table only after the House has granted leave to introduce the bill or such number of persons constitute a quorum of the House, stand in their places in support of the application for leave to introduce the bill. I believe this rule is governed by Article 59 of the Constitution. Article 59(1) of the Constitution. And Article 59(1) of the Constitution says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution and to the rules of procedure of the Senate or House of Assembly, as the case may be, any member of either house may introduce any bill or propose any motion for debate in or may present any petition to the House, and the same shall be debated and disposed of according to the rules of procedure of that House. Having said that, based on the mandatory provision in Article 59 of the Constitution, I believe that any member who brings a bill, that bill shall, according to the Constitution, be debated and disposed of pursuant to the rules. And so the ruling of the chair is that the bill that was given notice of, since we are only at first reading, I believe that there's only a formality at first reading, but according to the Constitution, all members of this Parliament have the right and privilege to bring a bill that shall, according to the Constitution, be debated and disposed of. And so the ruling is that the member is entitled to the first reading, and that the bill should be laid on the table and be part of the agenda, and the House can then debate it and dispose of it, whether it be for the positive or negative. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I heard every member in this House. Mr. Speaker, the rules of the House, for which the Constitution also speaks to, Mr. Speaker, says that the bill is to be debated and disposed of. Okay? The rules of the House says under 64(2) that a private member's bill comes to this House and the House has to give leave. Mr. Speaker, the House, inside the Constitution, it says the Parliament makes rules for its operations. There is a rule book that speaks, Mr. Speaker, as to how we lay bills on the table of the House. And I believe, in keeping with what you just read, Mr. Speaker, it means that when there's a motion on the floor for a private bill, it is dealt with at that point in time as to whether or not the House will allow that bill on the table of the House.
Hold on, member. Let me allow.
Mr. Speaker, Before, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I shall read.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker.
honorable members, honorable members,
This is important.
before we proceed, because the speaker is exercising the discretion of the chair to hear voices on both
Yes,
sides, if necessary, on this particular issue. Because let me say the reason why I'm doing this. I have had difficulties with these rules from the very beginning. And I've called for the House Rules and Business Committee to meet to review these rules. Now, I believe that we are at the stage now where we have to decide whether or not these rules, some of the provisions in these rules, in my estimation, are unconstitutional. And they seek to deprive members and the Parliament of fulfilling its fundamental role. And it is the position of this chair that whenever there is an issue with the rules and the Constitution and the privileges extended by the Constitution will supersede those rules, because there should be no rule that should circumvent the Constitution. And any rule that circumvents the Constitution shall be deemed null and void by this speaker until the Rules and Business Committee meets and rectifies the situation with the rules. And so I'm not entertaining any further discussion on the ruling that I've just made. The bill should be read for the first time, laid on the table, and at second reading and committal, the bill could be dealt with and disposed of by the Parliament. So it is hereby ordered that the bill be read for the first time.
The speaker making a ruling on not me. Why me? What do I have to do with me? I'm supposed to stop the speaker? This would never happen. Very, very good.
Honorable members,
Very good.
honorable members, honorable honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, honorable member for Golden Gates, honorable member for Golden Gates, and honorable member for Angleston. Both of you are shouting across the floor and the speaker is standing. Honorable members, honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the first time. Ocean Industries Incorporated, Aragonite Mining Encouragement Repeal Bill 2020. As many as are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for the first time.
A bill for an act to repeal the Ocean Industries Incorporated, just my name, Act 1978.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, is it considered that the vote was put and that the vote was carried?
Yeah.
No, there was no time given in between. Mr. Speaker, is it considered that the vote was put and the vote was carried?
Yeah, honorable member, the question was put, and the chair was of the view.
Under consideration in the committee. It is under consideration
Honorable members,
right now.
honorable members,
Everything is right.
the question was put, and the chair is satisfied that the answer was in the affirmative, and the order was given for the bill to be read for the first time. Mr. Clark, did you read the bill for the first time? Okay. Further, first reading of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Let's get back to the business of the people. Please, thank you. And the people, what people? Your people. Which are in the minority. I must say. Don't fool yourself, brother. Don't fool yourself. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, what people? People. Put names to people. Please, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to the people. The real people. Yeah.
Honorable members,
Give me the ones you have in your bag. Give me the ones you have in your bag. Well, I don't come to this house. I don't come to this house to take foolishness. I come to do the people's bidding. Okay? The games that are being played in here from the old playbook, it ain't gonna work. It don't work with me. I'm talking to you. To you.
honorable members,
Speaker, let me get to, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Let me get to the business at hand. Please.
honorable member for Mount Moriah. Let me hear the member for English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm just referring, I think the member has stood to lay a bill. Of course, I'm saying comments from my seat, and he's saying on his feet that he's talking to me. My understanding is the rules say that any comments from a speaker should go to on your feet, should go to the speaker. It's the way in which the business is run in this parliament. So I would just remind him that when he speaks, that he should address the parliament and not me. Because if he wants to address me, Mr. Speaker, we could go there. But I don't think that's why we're here, and that's the procedures in this parliament. He should address the speaker, and then that's how debate is conducted in this parliament.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look who's lecturing. A chronic violator in this house.
Speaker, on a point of order. Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable members, honorable members,
On a point of order, Speaker, on a point of order, please.
honorable members, we are moving on.
Speaker, I have made a personal reflection on
Well, you tell me take pills.
and I would wish the house.
Please be seated.
Honorable member for Mount Moriah, let me hear the member.
I am asking the House protection. You always remind us of this rule where they make personal reflections on a member. The member has made a personal attack on me, accusing me of being a chronic violator in this parliament of the rules. I don't need to remind this member about some events in this parliament that he was engaged in. We
Honorable
don't need to
member,
go to that. If we're gonna go there, we'll go there. I'm asking that that member either withdraw that or it be struck from the record, one or the other, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking the chair to protect the member of Angleton.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member from Mount Moriah, the statement with respect to being a chronic violator. The chair requests that.
Respectfully withdraw. But Mr. Speaker, please permit, hold it. My time now. Mr. Speaker, please permit me. The member for Angleton sat in her seat and said that I need to take my meditation. Was there any retraction of that? Mr. Speaker, I am not going. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, if you so desire at this point, you can request that be withdrawn or that.
Absolutely. You see, Mr. Speaker, you can play this game, please.
Honorable members, let me just make this clear. I think I've made this point. Honorable Member, you could resume your seat. Honorable Member, resume your seat. I'm trying to. Honorable Member, resume your seat. Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. See, because the point I was about to make was that I made it on several occasions. When we shout comments across this floor, they are broadcast on the parliamentary channel. And so whether you're on your feet or on your seat, doesn't matter to me, because those comments, once they are audible enough to be broadcast by the parliamentary channel, it has the same effect. The public is hearing those comments. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member from Mount Moriah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you, sir. Back to the people's business. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
Is there a second? Can I have a copy? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the first time. The Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for the first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
For the first reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Yamakro to begin debate on the following bills. And that is a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments, and for connected matters. The Companies Amendment Bill 2020. Second, Mr. Speaker, a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments, and for connected matters. The International Business Companies Act 2020.
Honorable Member, you are dealing with this as a compendium.
As a compendium.
Which bill is the lead bill?
The lead bill, Mr. Speaker, would be the Companies Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker. And I was taking you through the 5 bills, Mr. Speaker,
right,
that I intend to address.
Thank you. I just wanted to know the lead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Much of that. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, a bill for an act to make new provisions with respect to the manner of execution of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters, the Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Bill 2020. Fourthly, a bill for an act to amend the Rules Against Perpetuities Abolition Act 2011 to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rules against perpetuities and the disposition of interest in property and trust and for connected matters. And that is the Rules Against Perpetuities Abolition Amendment Act 2020. And finally, Mr. Speaker, a bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, after listening to the good Reverend this morning in our morning devotion and the exchanges that subsequently occurred, it reminds me of a song from Reverend James Cleveland, Peace Be Still. Yes. Peace be still. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence just to make a few short announcements. I would like to extend support and the prayers of the Yamacraw community to a matriarch in the person of Ms. Peggy Phillips, who is not feeling too well. So I extend support and prayers on behalf of the community. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to send condolences on behalf of my family and I, and Mr. Arthur Dion Hanna Jr. In the community known as Bomb Shot, to Rastafari, to the family and friends of Rastafari priest Philip Blyden of the Rastafarian community. I first came into contact with priest Blyden when I was a pupil of Mr. Hanna, doing work in the community, where he was an advocate for human rights, cultural history, and he was he played a leading role in acquiring properties for the Rastafarian community in the Garden Hills community. A loving, caring, and dedicated Bahamian of the soil. So my prayers today, Mr. Speaker, and of my illustrious mentor is with, and our families, with the family of Priest Blyden. And we pray that his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to concur with the sentiments expressed by the Minister of Social Services as we acknowledge, celebrate, and become more aware of those who live among us who are differently able. And I think almost every family within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, because how small this country is, would have somebody who is differently able. And Mr. Speaker, I know that we are now in the throes of a pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and sometimes we seem to forget the 1988 pandemic. And on yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we celebrated World AIDS Day. And so I would just like to keep that on the front burner so that persons would still be aware that we have to conduct ourselves with sobriety in our affairs. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of CAB, I'd like to make an announcement of a webinar that's to occur this weekend on the 5th of December, entitled The Future of Alternate Dispute Resolution in the Bahamas, December 5th, from 10 a.m. to 11. And Speaker, on that panel will be some distinguished Bahamians, Michael Murray, Brian Murray, the Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I will also be bringing remarks. Mr. Michael Digges, the Executive Director of CAB, Justice Ruby Nottage, Cheryl Lashley, Kenya Nottage, Consultant Theomenic Nottage, and Ms. Shirice Brown. And the entire webinar will be chaired by Magistrate Regine Johnson. And so on this weekend, Mr. Speaker, I'm holding up so that persons can see it. There will be a webinar being held by CAB looking at alternative dispute resolution, international arbitration, and seeing how we can deal with that in the Bahamas. It's one of the mainstays on our calendar. Mr. Speaker, on last week, Yamakwa hosted a town meeting dubbed Enough is Enough. We are one. And I want to commend Dr. David Allen, Solomon Cash, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Ms. Brianne Hepburn, Reverend Dwight Ferguson, and Mr. Kendall Lewis, and Bishop Arnold Josie, all of whom attended and participated, Mr. Speaker, in that town hall meeting. And what really supported us, Mr. Speaker, and gave us strength was when we saw the mothers of the fallen young men came out to support and say thank you, and to also highlight some of the difficulties that we are experiencing in the community. So I'd just like to thank them. And we're continuing the rich tradition in Yamakwa of town meetings. On Monday evening, Mr. Speaker, we'll hold a town meeting to look at the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act and telling persons how they can utilize that act to deal with certain issues. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the matter at hand. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are designed to improve the ease of doing business and to bring clarity to some provisions of existing legislation, bringing certainty in the law for service providers and international partners, making use of products and services in the jurisdiction. The preparation of these amendments involves close collaboration, Mr. Speaker, with the Bahamas Financial Services Board and the Association of International Bank and Trust Representatives. The partnership between the government, BFSB, and AIBT ensures that the Bahamas remains a jurisdiction of choice for international financial services. So, Mr. Speaker, there's been wide consultation of these bills, and I'm proud to say these bills are promoted and sponsored by members in the financial services industry. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Companies Amendment Bill 2020, the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2020, and the Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Bill 2020. All seek, Mr. Speaker, to make new provisions for and provide flexibility in relation to the execution of contracts, deeds, and instruments and other instruments, and remove the mandatory requirement for a company to have a common seal. We in government are committed to doing all that is necessary to ensure that doing business in the Bahamas is not a challenge. My ministry is focused on this as a matter of priority, especially as it relates to immigration. Mr. Speaker, the bills before us have been drafted after completing the necessary benchmarking. We look at other jurisdictions and can inform this House that the United Kingdom, until modern statutory reforms in contract law, a seal was widely recognized by courts in common law jurisdictions as removing the need for consideration in a contract. Over time, this requirement was removed as it can be quite challenging to execute documents where the seal may be in a different jurisdiction from the contracting parties. So simply put, Mr. Speaker, the three bills that I just read removes the requirements for seals, especially where we're doing transnational business. In England, the common law rule which required that a deed made by a private individual had to be sealed to be validly executed was finally abolished in 1989 by the Law of Property Act 1989. The Act implemented recommendations made by the Law Commission of England and Wales in their 1987 report, Deeds and Escrow, and replaced seals with the requirement that the document had to explicitly state that it was being executed as a deed and had to be witnessed. This is what we seek to do here today. The same approach was taken with regard to companies and other legal entities. Other jurisdictions, such as BVI and Cayman Islands, have taken similar action. Mr. Speaker, we are answering the call of industry stakeholders to follow the trends, remain competitive, and make it easier to do business in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the other bills before us seek to clarify existing law and remove ambiguity. We all know that certainty is critical when selecting a jurisdiction for international financial services. Hence, today, we are bringing certainty to several pieces of existing legislation. The Rule Against Perpetuities Amendment Abolition Bill clarifies the existing laws as it relates to the abolition of the rules against perpetuity and the disposition of interest in property and trust. Lastly, the Foundations Amendment Bill amends Section 4 of the Foundations Act to make clear that a foundation under this act created for a charitable purpose may benefit persons everywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, the financial services sector has been impressively resilient and progressive in the face of events such as Hurricane Dorian, the current COVID-19 pandemic, international initiatives in the midst of the continued and sometimes challenging evolution of the global industry. In many respects, it is a testament of our robust business continuity requirements, as well as the commitment of stakeholders in the sector. The Central Bank of the Bahamas in July of this year released summary results for a survey of internationally active banks and trusts in regard to operational impact since March 2020 from the COVID-19 pandemic. The results from the survey was reassuring. All institutions were able to maintain effective operations in the new environment, and financial impact were minimal. Some institutions relied on their pre-existing business continuity plans, and others needed to rapidly create new measures to address the combination of curfews, work from home, and the need to maintain in-office staff for procedures such as wire transfers. The central bank was satisfied that its internationally active licensees were operating soundly in the pandemic environment and that they can continue such operations as long as is necessary. There was no indication of undue financial or operational stress arising from the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to commend the financial institutions operating here in the Bahamas. Your conservation to working remotely, the continued provision of products and services to clients have been critical to economic activity in this country at this very challenging time. Your dedication to making every effort to retain staff demonstrates that you see value in the Bahamas. As Minister, I am equally committed to maintaining and sustaining an environment that is efficient, certain, and allows your business to grow. This benefits all of us. This underpins the important Bahamian middle class. Mr. Speaker, I support these amendments, and I support all efforts to create a sustainable financial services sector characterized by integrity, innovation, and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not make mention of the fact that I saw where the Honorable Prime Minister visited Cat Island and visited my locality that's precious to me, and that's Dow's Cat Island. I would also like to make mention, Mr. Speaker, that in 2017, we laid a paper in this House, and I gave communications on the government's plan for land reform, Mr. Speaker. And I was delighted to know and to hear that the persons from Lands and Survey, as they traverse the island coming up, were in Cat Island to trace and track every parcel of land in Cat Island, and that person, that the process is in train to grant or vet properties to those persons. I've made no secret, Mr. Speaker, of my appreciation for land reform in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As a matter of fact, I spoke of the time when Angliston's brother and I traveled through the island, Cat Island, Andros, speaking about land reform, and that historical making case that was done by Angliston's father, representing those women in Cat Island. And Mr. Speaker, I do recall we have a rich tradition in Yamacraw in having town hall meetings. And one of our very first town hall meetings was land reform vis-a-vis registration of title in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we had some distinguished persons, Mr. Elliot Lockhart, Andrew O'Brien, Petrocelli Edwards, a brilliant lawyer from the AG's office, Carlos Sweeten, former president of the Bahamas Real Estate Association, and Thomas Ferguson, Surveyor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So I speak about land because we are doing certain things in Yamacraw, separate and aside from looking at youth, seniors, persons' talent, community-wide assessment by the Ministry of Works to deal with infrastructural needs. Mr. Speaker, there's the whole issue of building and constructing, Mr. Speaker, and how we do it and do it properly, and the ownership of land. And I see on the East Coast that someone is putting a wall right along or just below the high water mark. I have no authority to tell them to move, but I can advise them that we're going to do the necessary research and see how we can deal with that. I've received any number of complaints, because that is the area where persons go to relax and take their rest. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure the community of Yamacraw that we're going to be in there. And just to remind them that on Monday evening, this is the result of a number of persons approaching us. We will have a competent and qualified person to take us through the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. And we intend to carry it live. It will be a webinar. So persons across the length and breadth of the Bahamas can tune in, and you will be told of the process by which one can assess or have records expunged. Mr. Speaker, I support these bills. Yamacraw supports these bills, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Speaker. I'd like to stand today on behalf of the wonderful people of the St. Anne's constituency who elected me to serve this term. And it is also a pleasure to follow the minister who succeeded me, the Minister of Financial Services, and is doing such a wonderful job at proposing these bills this morning in the absence of the substantive Minister of Finance. And we look forward to the debate that follows. Many of you might have read the paper this morning, so today is my birthday, so I'm very happy to be here. I've been asked, thank you, colleagues. Yeah, I'm seconding it on the 2nd of December, if any of those fellows like numbers. But it's also a pleasure because, I'm going to take a little bit of time because my time speaking in this place is coming to winding down. My first time here, I spent my 33rd birthday in this chamber, in the Parliament, not in this chamber, in the other chamber. And now I'm spending my 66th birthday in this chamber, a spell of some 33 odd years. 33. 25 years ago, in about 4 weeks, was the time I was appointed for the first time the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I was called to the bar, some 43 years ago. So I just put that out there to show that as I stand to speak about these bills today, I have a little bit of knowledge on what we're talking about. The financial services industry in this country, Mr. Speaker, is second to the tourism industry in importance to our country. And right at the moment, and I don't mean any offense to the honorable member for Freetown, right at the moment, it is our leading industry because of the pandemic. Because most of the people in the financial services can work remotely or at home or via internet or whatever. And these are jobs that, well-paying jobs that support about 15 to 20% of our GDP in the country. So we are very fortunate at the moment that we have this industry as a number two industry that is able to keep a number of persons working, mainly women. It also keeps ourselves in the political, in the economic forefront around the world. So we've had, since this government came into power in 2017, a number of trips, whether it be the member for East Grand Bahama, the Honorable Attorney General, myself, obviously now the member for Yamakro, have traveled not only to Paris, to Brussels, to throughout the world, to make sure we constantly keep, and the member for Kalani, we constantly keep the Bahamas in the forefront of this very fast-moving industry called financial services. So as you heard from the member of Yamakro, the industry has driven these bills. Now, sometimes in the political world, we hear from some of the persons in the Bahamians that you only seem to be doing bills for the financial services. And I say that against the backdrop that this is our second most important industry. You have banks here from around the world, and they rest and they operate on trust and are very conscious of their environment. So here we have the bills today, the rule against perpetuity. That's a very important bill for many people who try and use the trust vehicle. So we have, for instance, the common law jurisdiction here, which relies on trust law quite a lot. Now, it'd be interesting to know, a lot of times we sit here and talk about the Bahamas. Delaware actually uses trust law as a way of protecting assets for generations to come of not only offshore citizens, but also American citizens, so that they can use certain provisions of Delaware law to protect their assets for generations to come. So when we talk about perpetuity, this is the period, as the Honorable Member Yamakro mentioned, whereby the assets may deem or may fall or may deem to become outside of the gift and vest back into the original owner. And that's the last thing you need to happen in any trust deed. You don't want it to get back to the settlor or the original owners, because then you have things, inheritance tax, you have taxes in the country, the jurisdiction. And it is the trust law, and in South America, for instance, the Honorable Member for Yamakro tell you, we've used a very good system called the ICON as a way of fitting into civil law down there of the trust law so we can benefit the Bahamas. So it's important that we have this issue of perpetuity so there's no misunderstanding whatsoever about what, when, or if a trust comes to an end. The foundation law is very simple because a number of persons around the world put money into trusts for charitable purposes, and they don't want any misunderstanding that the charitable purpose is restricted to either the jurisdiction in which the trust is formed, but it can be used anywhere in the world. And then you've seen the not-for-profit organization bill act that's come in. So that protects to make sure that trusts and charitable organizations are not used for the wrong purposes of which they can be used for the financing of terrorism and so on and so forth. The other bills, which I think is actually a very great step forward, involves one, the electronic signature. The world has moved on. Very seldom do many of you might remember this indenture of conveyance is sometimes how legal draftsmen have used. The indenture was a document which was actually torn in half, I'm led to believe, or torn or ripped. And the two pieces that came together was a way of proving that that was the indenture. That's going back in. Now we have electronic documents, and the current deeds bill here today allows a person to affix the signature, the physical signature, to an electronic copy of a document that has been signed, maybe here in the Bahamas, but is actually relating to an office that might be in Singapore, Hong Kong, or throughout the world. I don't know how many of you have been in legal offices, but you go in there and it's quite impressive. You see on the board outside all the names of the companies. And then you go in the back room and there's stacks of seals. These archaic things that you get a piece of paper and you crunch it down and whatever. And a document might not be able to be recorded or valid because it doesn't have a seal. Now, when you and I sign a seal as a person, we just take a little red thing and stick it on. But that seal, and then there's a format to sign here and after signed by the companies duly authorized to sign a witness whereof, and you set director and secretary. This is a way of modernizing that whole system because a lot of countries around the world don't use seals. I'll put a plug in here, which maybe I shouldn't put in as a secondary of a bill. I hope the government will look at the whole system of apostilling, where you have to go and then get the notary signature authorized in Wisconsin and then sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and reseal. I mean, I think we're getting past that system in the electronic world. We should be able to find another way of being able to do that. Mr. Speaker, many of these bills here today, number one, we've heard that they were driven by the, I'm going to check my facts, driven by the private sector. The private sector has always been working very diligently with the government to make sure these bills are progressing. And they're out there being our ambassadors throughout the world. Well, I remember many times I traveled around the world as minister, and we had people like Brian Marie, because he was then there, a number of the bar and also private firms here and trust companies and banks who took the message of the Bahamas abroad. So I hope when we come out of this pandemic issue, we'll be able to go back on the road again and tour the country, the world, showing what a great place the Bahamas is. Because one thing the Bahamas has done is it's made sure it is fulfilled its role as a responsible financial jurisdiction throughout the world. So you might remember, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we signed on, as the Bahamas signed on, to support the strengthening of financial services. We signed on to the profit BEPS, which was the base erosion and profit sharing procedure, whereby at that point the EU was trying to make sure that persons didn't develop profits in one country without properly paying the proper taxes in another area. We also brought in the common reporting standards, whereby we signed up to a bill whereby, as the name implies, with common reporting standards throughout the world. We've had the automatic exchange of financial account information, whereby we signed on with the EU. So therefore, there's a transparency and a reporting of financial issues for the commercial entities, substance requirements, economic substance bill that I mentioned, the nonprofit organization, the Investment Funds Act, the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act, and a number of other issues. We signed the multilateral BEPS convention, which I mentioned, which had some, I think, 15 provisions, and we have signed on to 4, which apply to us in this country. So the government, under the able leadership of Kalani, has shown that we, as the Bahamas, are constantly making sure we are taking strides and whatever steps are necessary to be a responsible financial jurisdiction in the world. We should be proud of that position. We are not kowtowing to any other jurisdiction or order. Now, there's a great, I don't know if any of you listen to TED's Talks. There's a great TED's Talks by a lady by the name of Maria Buchanan. If you haven't read it, it might be well worth reading. And I'll just take an excerpt. And she says that refers to the EU as an unholy alliance, who condemns those people to hell for non-compliance. And the one that I like that she said, instills a convenient filter at the pearly gates, grants itself and its friends eternal salvation, and then weaponizes the filter by condemning to hell whoever it wants by blacklisting us. If you haven't listened to her on TED Talk, it's a very interesting proposal. But that is what it is. And the government has made sure we have made every effort to stay ahead of that. You've seen recently the Honorable Attorney General with the FATF and committee recently where we had an inspection here to make sure that had been delayed because of COVID, to make sure we are doing what we have to do to make sure we ourselves are on the forefront. We still have a long way to go, Mr. Speaker. I hope in very short order that the government will be moving the company's register to another location other than where it is. If you go by the company's, it's crowded on Shirley Street. We have to make sure that we are constantly one step ahead of our competitors, because money flows from country to country very quickly. We have no God-given right to have trusts here. They will move wherever, whenever, and however they want to. So we have to do the best we can to protect our second industry. So for instance, the lawyers amongst you who form companies, we need to be able to get that company back in 24 hours. We cannot permit ourselves to slump in the computer isn't working or so-and-so isn't in to sign the certificate of incorporation, or it takes 4 weeks to get a certificate of good standing. That's an avenue. It does not sound important to many people, but when you judge the Bahamas against countries around, or jurisdictions around the world, these are issues that people look at. So whilst we talk about the ease of doing business, while we're making great steps forward here today with the Compendium of Bills that we're passing, which are governed by the AIBT and the financial BFSB, we have to also make other steps forward to make sure that we have the ease of doing business. On your agenda, just as a separate issue, we have the arbitration bill and the two arbitration bills that were on the agenda. That's another issue that we have an opportunity to create new businesses in the Bahamas, because we can become an arbitration center, whereby we can have persons come around from around the world and make contracts subject to the laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So as we continue to ease of doing business, we must never stop being vigilant about that. I would just put a plug in here again, because I doubt they may not ask me to second bills that many times when I put these plugs in. We also need to look at the difficulty of banking. You know, you try and open a bank account. You need a driver's license and a national insurance number, and your national insurance number is on the back of your driver's license. Then you need a letter from your employer, and you need a certificate of good standing. Utility bill. Now, the utility bill is a good one. My wife, for instance, does not have a utility bill. Many people don't. Many people who rent don't have utility bills. So you can't use a utility bill to open a bank account. Driver's license, utility bill, it's in the landlord's name a lot of times. Or you're cut off, so you don't have a current utility bill. So I think we have to look at all of those things. I mean, it makes it very difficult. The other day, a character reference. What is a character reference? You know, many of us have been in Parliament a long time, where our constituents come up to us and say, I need a job letter. They say it got to be signed by the MP. We have to get away from these type of restrictions that heed progress. Because, I mean, you shouldn't have to come to an MP to take a job letter to a government ministry to get a job. Because number one, if you take the wrong MP's letter, you ain't going nowhere. I mentioned driver's licenses, and hopefully the minister responsible for that's another one. For instance, why do we need a driver's license every year? Do one for 5 years. charge you, I don't know, $100, I don't know, whatever the government. I mean, a lot of people would pay that money rather than toting that long line out there. You can get them for 3 years. In other countries, it's your life. Yeah, even better, you can apply for it by email and electronic. And these are the issues, and the list will go on and on and on. And since the minister was short, I'll be short too. But I think we have to constantly look at ways of improving the ease of doing business, which in the financial services sector and also generally in other sectors, because it affects the way the Bahamas is viewed. So fortunately, Mr. Speaker, many of you are well aware, it's happened to you as well. I'm fortunately hearing that some of my constituents are being called back to work in the hotel industry. So we'll gradually, hopefully, see persons returning to work so that they now have some money in their pocket. They can buy groceries. They're not feeling the pain of this COVID-19. We're seeing as today, I think just sitting here, the new emergency powers came out, whereby in certain parts of the Bahamas are opening up, whether it's 10 o'clock at night, whether a Lutheran, South of Luther's here, whether a Luther has been opened up to allow certain operations to happen. And gradually, as we bring this country back to full speed, we should also make sure we bring back to full speed all the underlying factors so that we have ease of doing business. All of the things that are being requested to do. So when we open back up, we are full speed ahead in January or whenever we are, so that we can go back and make sure the persons that have been suffering and feeling the pain for this last year under the emergency powers, which have proved necessary, Mr. Speaker. You know, I haven't been in the House for a number of sittings because at my age, I'm a little nervous about COVID. But I've heard so many people complain about these emergency powers. And look, we are now down, how many today? 2 in the entire Bahamas. So whilst you might think that these proclamation is, whatever you say it, it was the vehicle that we have to use to make sure it works for the benefit of the Bahamian people. So I want to use the same analogy as I finish with these bills. These Compendium of Bills are what is necessary for the financial services industry so that they can go out and market the Bahamas. You know, some of these financial services companies here own huge, great buildings, millions of dollars worth of fixed assets in this country that are not going to move overnight, but don't take them for granted because they can write those off just as easily. And as the world changes, as one part of the world, as they throw a roadblock at us in one part, remember in the middle 2000s, that whole compendium of legislation we did, we were running around the world screaming level playing field, trying to make sure, I remember Bill Allen and the Prime Minister Ingram, Shivago Lang, and a number of us were trying to pass regulations to make sure we survived that. Now, maybe, hopefully, in terms of some of the regulations were put in place, like, necessity for I come back to the banks. You have I don't know, maybe 50, 60,000 small savings accounts or small bank accounts, which never get above $10, $15, $20,000 a year. And they are being subjected to the same rules and regulations that a bank account that has millions of dollars in is subjected to. Whereas it's very easy to see in the majority of bank accounts in the Bahamas, if there's any big, huge flow of money going through the account, it sends an alarm bell, but it never happens in a number of accounts. But you make a mistake and put over the limit of what you say you're going to use a bank account for, they call you up and they close your bank account down, and you're just trying to do business. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, it's a pleasure for me to be here today and second these bills that are a compendium of bills which are timely. We need to make sure they're here for the benefit of the financial services, to wish those who are in the financial services to stay strong and continue to promote the industry so that we continue to be the dominant force that we have been in the world of financial services. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, and I'd like to thank my constituents for making sure I'm continue to vote for me, and I second the compendium of bills.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments, and for connected purposes. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again on behalf of the fearless people of Exuma and Ragged Island to deal with the people's business today. And I am delighted to be able to support this compendium of bills. Mr. Speaker, these bills are, as outlined, designed to tidy up existing pieces of legislation and makes a smoother and cleaner process for some business practices. So you'll get no objections from me on these bills today. In fact, I believe some of them ought to have been passed now for quite some time. They have the support of the industry, and many in the industry have indicated that they have languished for a while. So they are happy to hear that they're being debated today. Speaker, I have a general ongoing concern, and it's that we, yesterday afternoon, learned what we would be debating today. And I will continue to repeat this concern because I think we can do better. I think we should aspire to do better. I think if we do better, we'll have better debates. I think we'll bring better bills and we will have better laws in our country. And therefore, I urge the government, this administration, to find the way to give notice of these, what we are going to be debating a week in advance. I think it's courteous. Sometimes we want to talk with our constituents, and I am not concerned about the past and what has been the standard. We should aspire to do better, Freetown. But I have no issues, Mr. Speaker. These bills aren't controversial. Pastor Dave said, progress is more important than perfection. We don't expect you to be perfect, but we expect some progress. We do expect progress. And I believe, if we are able to do so, we will have a better parliament as well. Mr. Speaker, I have expressed concern before of many of the bills that have come, which seem to be brought at the behest of some external powers. And the previous speaker talked about the EU and referenced some analogies. I'll just endorse those. But it's good to see that we are bringing bills today for us, for the industry, that will help us to advance our product and help us to advance our business practices and make it generally easier to do business here. Let me first look at the bill, the rule against perpetuities, abolition bill. Most of these bills are very straightforward. They're very simple, in my view, Mr. Speaker. This one clarifies ambiguous language, which is fine. There's no objection here. The Foundations Bill is for these organizations to benefit anyone, anywhere in the world. Again, this is fine, no objection. I would only say, though, that if we are able, oftentimes, to flesh out these matters during debate, as I've referenced earlier, we might be able to catch some of these things during the debating process rather than having to go back to make the amendments. I think, Mr. Speaker, the issue
there's an issue of nonprofit companies that take an inordinate length of time to be formed and be registered and approved. As I understand, they need the Attorney General to sign them off. It's not only hindering a lot of good work, but it's tragic that it takes up to a year for this to be done. And we understand that there has to be due diligence in relation to nonprofits. We don't want our companies to be used for dubious behavior to defraud unsuspecting individuals and members of our public. But it is absolutely ridiculous that it takes this length of time. And therefore, it is something that we must look at and fix promptly in order to ensure that we are doing business in a modern, progressive manner. Mr. Speaker, even with all of the need to get this right, Mr. Speaker, we believe that it is absolutely critical that we do so in refining the process so that it sends a signal to the world that we are open to doing better business. The Companies Act amendments are also long overdue. And when I say long overdue, I cannot overstate this, Mr. Speaker. One of the things it's doing is making it not mandatory or removing the mandatory requirement to use a seal. I've consulted on this broadly, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that we should have done moons ago. I understand that this is a very 1960s way of doing business. It's been abandoned in many jurisdictions already, so we have no issues here as well. We welcome the clause 25C2B, the one that allows electronic signatures. This is also long overdue, Mr. Speaker, and we support it. We warn, though, of the potential for fraud. We warn, though, of the potential for malware to forge electronic signatures, and we call for a further strengthening, a further resourcing, further beefing up of the cybercrimes unit. And I know why I say this, Mr. Speaker. As we move with the times, our enforcement regimes must also move with the times. So we support this, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we have called for often in the insurance industry. You can get car insurance in the middle of the night if you're sitting in your house in Florida. But, you know, in the Bahamas, you have to go and sign some documents. You got to go in and you got to, you know, it's thoroughly archaic. It's very 1950s. And it's good to see some progress in this regard. I do have some issues generally, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the ease of doing business and some of the general reforms that's required in our country, not just for doing business, but for our very way of life. So whilst we're looking to spur economic growth, we continue to hinder the ability of businesses to function efficiently, and we continue to hamper the way of life of our citizens and our residents. This administration has talked a lot about ease of doing business, but sadly, they have not moved the needle very much. In fact, the Bahamas was ranked 119th out of 190 countries in the World Bank's 2020 Ease of Doing Business Index, with a doing business score of 59.9, which I do believe is one rank lower than it was in 2017. So when we compare 2020 against 2017, we're not distinguishing ourselves. Now, I know they have suspended this World Bank's report to sort out some issues. But notwithstanding the suspension, we must consistently be resolute in making the reforms cited in these reports, and we must aspire to a higher standard. We can do better, and we must. We don't need the World Bank to tell us that it's difficult to do business in the Bahamas. We know this already. We don't need any investor, foreign or domestic, to tell us it's difficult to do business in the Bahamas. Any Bahamian can tell you that. I can tell you that. So what we need is a focus. I recall calling perhaps in 2018 for an ease of doing business czar to focus on a full-time basis in causing some of these reforms to happen in terms of how we do business and the affordability of doing business in our country. I've said it over and over. I repeat that call today. Make it easier to do business and watch business grow. Watch the economy grow. You get more people working, more people paying taxes. You get better funded programs because you get better taxes. You will see better development in our country, which will provide for further economic expansion. This is a win-win, and it's pretty straightforward, Mr. Speaker. Yet we have not moved the needle on the issues. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I say this with great seriousness as I close. I promise to be brief. I'd like to see a full-time Minister of Finance sooner rather than later. And I say this with the greatest respects to the Prime Minister, who also serves as the Competent Authority, and now he serves as the Minister of Finance. I think Kalani has some talent, but I'd like to see a full-time Minister of Finance in these treacherous times. These treacherous economic times requires focus. And it's good to see my friend Freetown here today. The fact that it's been a week, Mr. Speaker, it gives me some pause that it's been a week. And we still don't have a full-time Minister of Finance. We've passed. We've missed our deadline for the fiscal strategy report, which I indicated last week and the week before, I believe, is in contravention of the laws, Mr. Speaker. This serious business. This serious business. And we're facing serious financial and economic times in our country. Perhaps the greatest crisis that we've faced in the past 100 years. People's business, so it's serious business, laughing matter. We really need to get moving on this, Mr. Speaker. We have the EU and the FATF and the OECD breathing down our necks. We've had multiple downgrades in the last 3 years. We have a desperate need for capital investment that cannot be given anything less than full-time attention. We've suffered downgrades. We're now in deep junk status. We're borrowing at exorbitant rates. The NIB director just resigned. We have tens of thousands of Bahamians out of work. So we really need to get this economic engine moving. And we need a full-time Minister of Finance on the job. Sooner rather than later. We need some reassurance for our country. We need to inspire some more confidence in our industries and in our economy. And we can't just keep winging it, It's serious business and we're facing a serious national crisis. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I agree with the lifting of the restrictions for Exuma. I believe these are the set of restrictions that ought to have been in place in the first place. And I believe what we have now are adequate and appropriate. I am always concerned when an administration takes a very Nassau-centric approach to governance. And any member of parliament from a Family Island constituency will bear me out on this, irrespective of what color they wear during campaigns. But there are many peculiarities related to Family Island living that we must always be very alert to. Let me give you an example of a vexing issue that continues to persist in these orders. Family Islanders require a PCR test to travel to Nassau. And I know someone will tell the Minister of Health what I've said on this issue. In some islands, it is not possible to get a PCR test because they're simply not available. In some islands, I understand there is a scramble now to get PCR test kits out to these islands. In Exuma, it would cost $316 for a poor Bahamian, or wealthy Bahamian for that matter, to get a PCR test. And it takes an inordinate amount of time to get it because you have to send the results to Nassau and wait for the results to come back. So in some of these family islands where they don't have daily airline services or where they don't have domestic service at all, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
Speaker, I'm not aware of what the member speaks in regards to PCR tests. Mr. Speaker, throughout this country, we have our medical professionals, clinics, in every population center in this country. Every population center in this country. They are the swabs. The medical professionals take the swabs, Mr. Speaker, from individuals who present. And if they take the rapid antigen test that they are positive, it is followed up by a RT-PCR test swab. It is then sent to New Providence, where it is then assessed by the National Reference Lab, the gene expert machine at PMH, or the gene expert machine down at South Beach, Mr. Speaker, and then the results are then tabulated. That is what currently takes place in regards to testing in the Bahamas. I'm not auditioning. I'm doing my job.
Speaker, I want to be helpful to the minister.
Honorable member,
The Speaker,
those words can be. Hey, I heard them.
The Speaker, I want to be helpful to the minister. I want to be helpful to this administration. I actually want you to succeed, you know. Because if you succeed, the country succeeds. Rising tide, float all boats. I'm trying to help you. Here. I would invite, firstly, before I return to my main central point, I would advise the minister to fact check the information he just provided in relation to many of these family islands. That's the first point. Secondly, the point that I'm making is that, and this is the point I would wish for us to focus on, Mr. Speaker, that family islanders require a PCR test to travel to New Providence. even when they are available, they are expensive, and it takes a long time for a family islander to get the results, Mr. Speaker. In one particular clinic, and I don't come here to speak nonsense, you know, I get my facts before I come. In one particular clinic, an individual who was afforded a free PCR test was unable to use the results because they were not giving her a written result. They would only provide her with a verbal because giving a written was against their procedure, Mr. Speaker. You can't travel on that. So I'm asking this administration to not be so Nassau-centric in this approach. And I would recommend that in the first instance, we allow for travel from Family Islands to New Providence, the rapid antigen test. The same one that we're testing tourists on after 5 days, those ones. Travelers who come from abroad. These are the ones I recommend, Mr. Speaker. I recommend that this administration.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it has always been the custom of this House that when the minister with a particular portfolio speaks to an issue, outside of another member having concrete facts to present to the contrary and to table such, okay?
Yes,
He says he understands a particular clinic. An individual had taken a PCR, an RT-PCR test, and the ministry said they were not going to give them a written. That is not the policy of the ministry. It is not the policy of the ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to the issue as to what is taking place in regards to the Family Islands, in regards to testing, Mr. Speaker, and I would just like for the member to just simply honor that. Outside of that, if the member wants to bring some sort of facts, not hearsay, then we will move on.
The member for Bamboo Town seems to be misinterpreting that I'm trying to help. Seems to be a little
Honorable member, just be guided that
Speaker,
if you refute or disagree with the minister's position, then you need to substantiate
I'm not speaking hearsay.
your position.
I'm inviting.
Honorable members, on a point of order?
I want a point of order again. Well, 3317 speaks to imparting impure motives to the particular member, or saying certain things that we ought not to say. He says I'm a little bit on it. Mr. Speaker, I'm the leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm the leader. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members,
I'm the leader of government business in the House. It is my responsibility, as has been given to me by the Honorable Prime Minister, to lead the charge in regards to the government's agenda in this place. So, Mr. Speaker, I am duty bound to speak to issues at all points. I am also the Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker, and he's casting an aspersion on my ministry. I am simply standing up to set the record straight. Now, if members see that as being on edge, well, Mr. Speaker, I won't say that. I'll just leave it.
I withdraw the edge. I withdraw it because I want to focus on this point, and I don't want it to be glossed over with political back and forth and verbal gymnastics. Family Island residents require a PCR test to travel to the Providence. They're not readily available, and when they are available, they're expensive. And I'm inviting you to consider the recommendation to allow the rapid antigen test as the required test for the health visa from a Family Island to New Providence. That's the point. I also invite the minister, Mr. Speaker, to fact check the availability of PCR tests at the clinics in the Family Islands. I won't give him the answer. I will invite him to seek out the answer himself.
I'll let you know. Let the House know.
I hear the minister. I want him to succeed. Because if he succeeds, country succeeds. I'm trying to be helpful. But I am opposed to the Nassau-centric way that we have seemingly become accustomed to doing business in this country. Mr. Speaker, let me, for the record, so that there is no ambiguity, that I am resolute in the public education that we have given specifically to the resident people of Exuma, and today I continue to encourage them to follow the protocols, notwithstanding that we have seen a decline in the case numbers. So I don't wish that point to be overlooked in the midst of the exchange with the Honorable Minister of Health. So I think it's important that I bring emphasis to this point. And finally, Mr. Speaker, well, not quite finally, but I'm getting there. I was happy to attend the launch of certain infrastructure projects on the island of Exuma on Friday, along with the Prime Minister, Minister of Health, and member for Garden Hills and the member for Southern Shores. And suffice to say, since 2017, 2018, I've been advocating for more of the tax dollars that Exuma generate to go back in an equitable way to the island of Exuma. So I'm happy to see that we're making some progress. This is a start. The road has been a sore point for us for quite some time. There's a lot more to be done. I will continue to advocate and continue to speak on behalf of the people of Exuma. There's one other issue, finally, that impacts significantly family islanders, and again, speak to the Nassau-centric approach as to how this administration sometimes do business. Last week, I believe the member for South and Central Andres, Mangrove Key, I believe it was him who raised the question of school contracts. Busing contracts for schools in the family island. Member Fengerston. And this may not concern you, but it is a very serious issue. I know in Exuma and many other family islands. And I urge the Minister of Education to look at this. Firstly, busing contracts were reassigned, and persons who held those contracts were not allowed to participate in the bidding process. If there was one. Secondly, word came from Nassau as to how the contracts would be distributed. And when you have on-the-ground family island knowledge and intelligence, and you look at two contracts being taken from two individuals and reassigned to another individual who is known to this administration, it looks like blatant victimization. And I know this isn't the style of South Beach. This isn't his style. But this is a problem that needs to be fixed. That's point number one. Point number two is that I don't know whether any vetting was done as to the new recipient of these school bus contracts. And this may not be an issue in Exuma, but I can tell you it's an issue in some of the islands. These drivers are taking our children to school. Apart from the fact that many don't have buses, apart from the fact that many don't have public service driver's license, etc., the fundamental point is that many of them, pairs, have not been vetted. They've not been vetted. These have not been vetted, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to call names. I'll speak with the minister responsible, the member for South Beach, because I can tell you I've had experience in working with this minister over the past 3 years as a member in the opposition, and I can tell you that this is not his style. So I invite this administration to look into this matter as most egregious. It's blatant and nasty victimization. It potentially puts our children at risk, Mr. Speaker, and it's Nassau-centric. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, we support the bills. We have no objection to the bills. We support the financial services industry. We are happy that there are bills today for the industry and its participants, and not just bills to appease international agencies. So we have no objections and we will vote for the bills. Mr. Speaker, I rest on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach.
Speaker, appreciate the observations of the member who was, I don't know if it's an accusation, or that there is no bidding for the now expired bus. I don't wish to suggest that the honorable member, is making an accusation towards a member of the Ministry of Education or myself with regard to words coming from Nassau with regard to persons who are qualified to make a tender for the contract, and that there is no better. May I respectfully be as lucidly clear as I can? Mr. Speaker. There is no reassignment of any bus contract. And if there is, I ask the minister, the member, or any member, please bring that to my attention or to the ministry's attention, and we'll be happy to look at it. May I respectfully ask, Mr. Speaker, that these contracts expired 5.5 months. I don't want to get into anything political because that's not ever been my style. I am advised, in fact, reliably informed, that in previous iterations, no notice is given to the change of contracts at all. None. That's not, as the member says, that's not my style. That's not my style. Contractors are replaced. Overnight, Mr. Speaker. But that's not the style. I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in and what I've been committed to all of my life is what is in the best interest of the Bahamian people. Best interest. So I simply ask, and I ask most respectfully,
members, if there is evidence of a reassignment of a bus contract or any other contract in any part of the Bahamas, and I presume it would mean illegal reassignment, then please bring it to my attention. You can speak to me anytime. I'm happy to oblige. The member sends me emails about issues within his constituency, and I do everything I can, Mr. Speaker, to address those. And sometimes we can do so quite quickly. Sometimes it takes a while. And certainly, and when it comes to about word coming from Nassau, from who in Nassau that word would have come? And if that word has come from an identified source within the Ministry of Education, it is my responsibility to give an account for the ministry. I'm happy to do so. If someone would have accused me of giving that word, then bring the evidence of when that word was spoken and to whom it was spoken. So please, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to oblige. Just simply provide with the information. More than happy to provide. Because the honorable member is absolutely correct. We have now, beyond the first circumstance, but we have now a peculiar circumstance in these bus transportation. Now that we have to have less, according to the Ministry of Health, we have to have less persons. There have to be an observance of physical distance. There have to be certain amenities on the bus. There has to also be around the driver the kind of protective shield and so on. And there's got to be an assurance that those entering the bus are protectively garbed, so on and so forth. So naturally, you cannot just have anybody driving those buses. Number one, the buses have got to be in proper running condition, and we've got to be assured that the individuals who have gotten those contracts, and as you know, Mr. Speaker, many times the individual with the contract is not the one driving the bus. So we need to be sure of that. And then this accusation about persons with contracts who not had a bus. That's age old, Mr. Speaker. That's old story. That has happened for years. And again, just provide the information. I'm happy to oblige.
Honorable member, I'm going to permit you, but
Speaker, you responded.
I just want to make certain that we don't go too far down this road, because this is not
I won't.
what before the House
I'm
is.
grateful for his
The
response.
chair recognizes the honorable member for
grateful for the
Exuma
response
and Ragged Island.
of the minister, and the minister is right, and this is why I said this isn't his style. He's been responsive on issues that I raised. These issues go across many of the family islands. As it relates to Exuma, I will provide the specific names and reference, and who has buses and who don't have buses, and who had the ability to bid and who didn't. I will provide all of that to the minister, and I'm happy that he acknowledged that this is a current problem. And we're 3 years into governance. We're not talking about an old story. This is something that's live, and I'm happy that he is committed to addressing the issue because it's creating a lot of concern, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Asmani. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this debate, the member for Southern Shores, who serves as the Minister for Social Services, he made mention of the Disabilities Week. And I would be remiss if I did not echo the sentiments that he expressed, and that was expressed from other members in this chamber, and of course the side opposite. And the reason for that is, in 1971, my mother was walking across the street and she fell down. And what appeared to be a fall actually turned out to be multiple sclerosis. And so began 44 years of her enduring that affliction. And I can tell you, she also had glaucoma. And I have glaucoma. I was diagnosed with glaucoma when I was 22. I can tell you that there's nothing quite as frightening as the prospect of losing your vision, losing your sight, okay? And we make jokes about that in here, and the minister has mentioned it many times. He said that many people who are physically disabled or physically challenged are that way because of accident. Accident of birth or accident in circumstances or the happenstances of your life. But I can tell you that there's nothing quite as scary as the prospects of going blind. And for those out there that have glaucoma, you're very familiar with the names COSOP, and Travatan, and Alphagan. All the caregivers out there know what I'm talking about. It's a daily regimen that I take twice a day. I've been the brunt of jokes from it, but being petty and mean-spirited is what I expect from certain members. But I listened to the good member for Exuma on Ragged Island as he gave his presentation. And he said two things that really struck me. He said that, and I quote, he used the phrase languishing for a while. And he also said that he doesn't expect us to be perfect. He expects progress. So I'm left to wonder that when the good people of the constituency of Marathon, for whom I represent, were languishing under a government and a representative who let them drink poison water. Yeah, I don't know. They were languishing, who let them not only drink it, bathe in it, cook in it. Were they languishing then too, member of Exuma and Ragged Island? Were they languishing? Were the people that surround the landfill right now, like in 12 Pines, were they languishing with the dump fire? I mean, that's just an open question to you. I'll let you respond.
Honorable members, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Exumas and Ragged Island on the point of order.
Just for clarity, Mr. Speaker. When I made the point about languishing, I was talking about bills that had been vetted and approved by industry on consultation. And when the minister seeks to draw me into something that I'm not speaking about, it appears misleading, Mr. Speaker. And I invite the member to make his point, but desist from calling me into the issues that I've said nothing about, Mr. Speaker.
So I know that the good member from Exuma would never intimate, because that's not his style, right? He would never intimate. The good member from Exuma and Ragged Island would never intimate that the lives of people are somehow secondary to paper bills. Because let us remember now, the bills serve the people, right? I know that's not what he meant.
The chair recognizes Exuma and Ragged Island on the point of order.
Member for Marathon is a learned man. I think this exchange is above him. I've known him for a long time. He understood quite well what I said. I said what I said. I rest it there and I leave it alone. If he chooses, Mr. Speaker, if he chooses to make mischief, Mr. Speaker, I invite the member not to engage the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. He has 30 minutes. If he wants to be mischievous, go right ahead and be mischievous. But don't make reference to anything I say to draw me into anything that he wishes to say. He has 30 minutes to do so. And he is very capable.
Thank you.
He's capable, Mr. Speaker.
The point I was making is that we have selective indignation, right? You appear to be somehow you were indignified, and so you search for these terms. But it's the we expect progress. And, you know, I'm happy to report. I'm happy to report, though, that this week in the We Expect Progress Department, we broke ground on the Carmichael Village subdivision. It's 107 lots. That's 107 potential homeowners. I'm sure you endorse that, Exuma and Ragged Island. I'm sure you endorse that. Thank you. but let's just bear in mind that the last time I brought that presentation to this honorable house, the member for Cat Island and Rumkey and San Salvador, he seemed on edge that day too. You know, I don't know. But I'm going to now turn my attention to this Compendium of Bills, which obviously is very important, and it is the reason why we are here today. It is the reason why we're here. The member for St. Anne's, he went down the history of an indenture. Back in the day, they would tear the indenture in half. You'd get half, I'd get half, and that's how it was. If you look at the history of companies, and it goes back to the 17th century, companies signed by way of seal. For those that are listening to me, the 17th century means the 1600s. So that's a very long time. And so companies signed by seal. And of course, what a seal was just an impression on the paper. As time progressed, more and more requirements became surrounded the process of signing the seal. So the common thread with these bits of legislation is really to do away with the requirement for companies to use a seal in executing contracts. That is the common thread. It is the golden thread. And this is actually, even though it seems very slight, this is actually a very important step, because oftentimes the requirement for seals is cumbersome, particularly if you're dealing with wafer seals. It's cumbersome and time consuming. And it does not allow our Bahamian financial service providers to move at the speed of industry. So therefore, accordingly, Section 25 of the Companies Act is repealed and replaced with a new Section 25. And the purpose of this new Section 25 is to permit a person to act on behalf of a company, provided they have the expressed or implied authority. So it allows an individual to act on behalf of a company, to execute contracts on behalf of a company, both in writing, or to reduce an oral or verbal agreement in writing without the need for the seal. But this is the fine line that members of our financial services institutions have to walk, because notwithstanding you're doing away with the need for a seal when a company enters a contractual arrangement, you're still recognizing the importance of a deed. You're still recognizing that. And so there's provision recognizing the legal significance and the legal gravamen of having a deed. This amendment allows for deeds to be signed by a director acting with the express or implied authority whose signature is witnessed by another individual. And I think the important distinguishing factor would be that in the first scenario, that witnessing attestation is not required. And I do share the sentiments expressed by the member for St. Anne's in terms of it leads us to the natural question, when will we tackle the apostille process, which is governed by the Hague Convention? It's a natural sequence. And what is interesting is when you read this bit of legislation on this amendment, in the section for the deeds, they have maintained the big ticket items. I call it the big ticket items, which is the power of attorney, the power to appoint attorney to act on your behalf. That has to be done by deed. So there you see the balancing act of trying to make an entity commercially viable to move at the speed of business, while at the same time recognizing the importance of deeds in the life of a company. So Section 25 permits deeds executed by a foreign company intended to be governed in the Bahamas. And there's nothing really remarkable about that. We live in a global village. The Bahamas has companies that have members that are domiciled all over the world. And domicile just means live all over the world. So the world is the playground for which we are a part. So the amendment provides for a company. And one of the critical things about the company is it introduces this language. It says that the company may elect to have a common seal. And this clearly provides for companies who either elect to have a common seal or don't elect to have a common seal. And it prescribes rules accordingly as to, depending on which road you go down. But the fact of the matter is that it gives the financial services provider the ability to advise a potential client that these are the options, these are the advantages if you go one way versus another. Section 65 allows for members or members owning more than 5% of the company, shareholders, members, more than 5% of the company to have a say in the agenda. It's almost as if it's protecting minority rights. And the leader of the Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, he introduced a very catchy phrase here the last time I was here. The majority has their way, but the minority must have their say. And it is very true. Otherwise, you may end up enduring the tyranny of the majority, which Tocqueville had lots to say about for those of you who like political science. Section 109 allows for the setting aside of a contract if, Section 109 allows for the setting aside of a contract if a director or officer fails to disclose an interest or makes the offending party potentially liable. And there was a lot to be said about this the last time we were here, but I'm not going to go down that road. Member for Exuma told me that to stay on the moral high ground, so that I shall. But the point is, and he indicated it, there's always the potential of misuse. And so you have to strengthen the liability clauses for those who may be tempted to abuse the sacred trust that has been handed to them by the officers and members of the company. And so those provisions in the Companies Amendment Bill 2020, I mean, they really struck me. And of course, you would notice that in the International Business Company Amendment Act, there's a parallelism. Because remember that this is a type of company as well, with officers, members, and directors. And so Section 28 allows for the greater flexibility of an international business company to issue share certificates when authorized by its articles. And you would remember that when we first went down this road with the international business companies, they had something called a bearer share, where a share certificate was actually just issued to a bearer with no name on it. That lended itself to special challenges and abuses, and that was done away with. But now we see, even though you have to be named on the issuance of the share, there's flexibility on how that is done. Again, this is allowing for an IBC to react and respond in real time. And it also puts the IBC on the same footing as the Companies Act, because if you are a private wealth manager in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and you work for one of these offshore institutions, you need every single arsenal in your toolkit as you offer advice. One of those weapons or arsenal in your toolkit would be the Companies Act, but the other one of equal importance would be the International Business Companies Act, and that's what was its genesis to start with. So we see that it also has analogous structure to the amendments of the Companies Act, laying down rules for the issuance of shares, laying down rules on the execution of deeds along the same lines, where an individual with the express or implied authority of the company may enter into a contract or may reduce in writing a verbal contract, and the bifurcation or the separation of a separate tract when it comes to deeds. And for those of you listening who may be curious, when you think deeds, I think land papers. Think the big ticket items that a company would do in real time. Which then brings us to the other two, which were the rule against perpetuities and the Foundations Amendments Bill. The Foundations Amendment was actually quite straightforward, and I agree with all the comments made so far, but allowing the beneficial purpose to be worldwide is important, given the fact that we live in a global village. Also, extending the definition of beneficiary to cover instances where no direct beneficiary is named addresses an important potential legal lacuna that may occur in the administration of these trusts. So it's actually very important. The rule against perpetuities, or the Abolition Amendment Bill 2020, in order to appreciate this bill and to appreciate the context in which it is laid, you have to understand that the Abolition Amendment Bill shows that the government, and I would say successive governments, is really committed to the maintaining this industry of private wealth management, and we appreciate its 15 to 20% contribution to our GDP. Section 2 makes it clear that dispositions between living people, they call it inter vivos, lawyers like Latin for some reason, it creates it says that it creates an interest in property which shall be deemed to have been made at the time when the right of revocation or amendment terminates. So it's essentially stopping you from backtracking. But what I found most important and what I really want to emphasize is that up until this point, you had to put a timeline on these trust instruments. And I do believe that this brings some clarity to the existing law, which says and allows for these to exist in perpetuity. But there's something else that has to be said on this point. And it has to do with when we evolve to a place where we change our tax structure and we introduce this concept called an inheritance tax that prevents the passage of wealth through multiple generations to the disadvantage of the country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Property Execution Deeds and Documents Bill 2020 simply brings this, because this particular legislation controls how people sign and execute documents. And all this does is allow for all of those things that I just mentioned in the International Business Companies Act and in the Companies Act that were amended to allow directors to execute without a seal, to have the implied or express authority to enter into contracts. This brings this bit of legislation up to speed with the rest. So therefore, they are all congruent across the board. And this is why we support this compendium of legislation. I think it is important to note that the compendium of legislation was actually driven by the financial services industry. And I think that they themselves have a much clearer understanding of what the industry needs and how to grow the industry, because they are intimately involved in it and they are a part of it. So, Mr. Speaker, Marathon supports this compendium of bills. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to express congratulations to Wanda Swaby, who has done a remarkable job. And so we congratulate her. I also want to remind the constituents of Marathon of our ongoing home gardening initiative, No Root, No Fruit. I'm sure you can relate to that, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our food parcel giveaway. Please contact us at 393-5003. Mr. Speaker, Marathon supports this compendium of bills.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Bamboo Town, we are approaching the 1 p.m. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were trying to determine whether we should just continue, but we have another 3 speakers. And so I'm going to move that the business of the House do suspend until 3 p.m. when we will come back.
Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, it seems to be the consensus of the House that the House would like to continue. The member for Angleston says she's not going to be long, but you know, she says that all the time. It takes up to 30 minutes. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, then we shall continue. So I will now move that the business of this House do continue beyond 1 p.m.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many members are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angleston.
On the consensus and reaching an accord on this issue. I wouldn't say a rare moment, but you know.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple now. Keep it simple now. Keep it non-controversial. Let's move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Angleston to contribute to this legislation, which in many ways is very indirect in their reality. I know this sector contributes for a significant percentage of our GDP and to our employment in our country, etc. In Angleston right now, people are facing some very direct issues like food, housing. I've read that. I've raised that over and over in this parliament. And the food program, I'm a bit concerned about it because they're in phase 2, and it's not clear how it's operating. I spoke to a lady yesterday. There are 9 people in the house, 2 adults and 7 children, and they've not received. They were taken off, and there's no income in that house. And so I'm just wondering how the criteria is being applied. It might be just a matter of time to include them. They may have fallen between the cracks, but there has to be some information about how a representation can be made. It's not clear who you speak to about clarifying how people are being chosen for food assistance. And so I want to urge, I know the minister, the member for Southern Shores, the Minister of Social Services and Community Development, has responsibility for this. I want to bring that to his attention to see how we can ensure people are not suffering, particularly as we approach the holiday season, which we all know is a very difficult time for many people, in terms of depression and issues of that nature. And if people are struggling with food, access to food, this is an even more difficult time. And so I just want to raise that issue. I also wanted to recognize and show my respect to this day, to the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. And I heard the member for Marathon speak to his own disability. And I'm certain no one in this parliament would in any shape or form seek to ridicule him in that regard. In fact, that presentation wasn't too bad at all, if I may say so myself. But the issue of the legislation that was passed, it was under the Christie administration. It was a landmark. It was worked on by successive administrations. We were very pleased to have been able to marshal it into law. But it is landed on a foundation, a principle that we are all equal, even though we perform differently, and so even with children with autism and other disabilities, the principle must be that every child has the right to learn and can learn. And I remember when we were given a presentation by a Cuban specialist some years ago, and they were talking about how music and other stimulus assist children with autism, and how children were performing so well. And so, every creation of God has value, and this day reminds us of that. It also reminds us of something I spoke about last week, which is democracy. And democracy is not just about going to the polls every 5 years or however many years it is. It's about equality. It's how the resources of the state are allocated. It's about equity. It's about fairness. It's about ensuring that people across the board are able to thrive. It's about not discriminating about someone politically or for whatever reason. And so this day reminds us that we are a democracy. And I spoke last week about the fact that we fought so hard as a people, coming out of our own historical experience to reach a place. And this place must be cherished, and not just cherished, we must build on it. We must become the finest country on the face of the earth. And that is why when I come to this parliament, I think that I look at even these bills. These are necessary for a sector, but there are so many pressing issues right now in this country, and we don't see legislation or policies that are coming forth that advance, in my view, the agenda of the Bahamian people. But as indicated, we support the bills. The member for Marathon went in quite a bit of detail there, but essentially it's a modernization of certain formalities and principles, and also dealing with, as he indicated, gaps in the law, etc. Our financial services sector is the second pillar of our economy. It has been under significant assault, I use that language, over a period of years, resulting in blacklistings and all of these sorts of measures or actions, which has severely impacted our country. But when you analyze it, by and large, not in every instance, but by and large, these laws are about third states. And I said that before. It's about how third states collect their revenue and making us accountable to them to ensure that whatever happens in our jurisdiction does not impact their ability to collect their revenue, their taxes, and to build their schools, and to build their roads, and to do whatever needs to be done in those states. Well, similarly, and I said this last week, but I want to say it again, that the thrust of national development, we should be similarly preoccupied. But if you analyze what happens in this country, to a very large extent, we are facilitators of the interests of third parties, to a large extent. And we see it, we look, for example, at land, and the member for Yamacraw speaks about this all the time, and I appreciate that, and I'm grateful that he constantly reminds us about this issue. Land is one of the most significant forms of wealth. But if you look at our history, you would see the abuses by a small oligarchy in terms of land and the acquisition of land. A lot of people have a lot of land, but if you go back and you dig deep, you'll be surprised to see the history. Now, history is history, but we cannot continue to perpetuate legislation or laws that continue to disable our people. I spoke before about the Movable Property Act. That was legislation enacted, I think, in the mid-70s by a Progressive Party administration at the time. But it dealt on it was dealing with the phenomena or the problem where land was being acquired, either publicly or privately, for alleged projects never executed, and land just kept and gone forever. And so it sought to constrain that activity to ensure that Bahamian land, which is exhaustible, when it's gone, it's gone, that it would not be the subject of external speculation in that way. And that law was passed. That was repealed by an Ingram administration and replaced by the International Persons Landholding Act, and was further amended, I think, around 2011. But it still allows, without any sort of process, up to 5 acres at a time by foreigners. And we have really no control, or even, I don't even think we have an understanding of how Bahamian land is being sold to non-Bahamians. People who live here, who are not invested in who we are and what we are, and probably don't even care. But the land, our land, we have no idea what is happening with that, because it's not being truly measured or monitored, and we're using it as a development tool. But I think that I believe that is a ludicrous basis for national development, and I think it is incumbent on us as we look to our own interests, which is what I'm saying from the get-go in this presentation, that we seek to preserve land for generations yet unborn to the Bahamian people, and to find ways to incentivize ownership, and how that's done has to be looked at. But currently, the buying land on the market, the price is very high, and the taxes associated with it are very high. And so you are actually, even by those measures, excluding a vast amount of people from the possibility of land ownership. I know the government has some projects, really a handful when you consider our population. Of course, we are grateful for when it comes. But I think the time has come for land reform in this country, and I want the record to reflect that it is overdue, and I've been speaking about this for years, and we need the political will and the courage to bring about land reform. The member from Yamacraw also speaks about those Cat Island women. He himself is a Cat Islander. His mother is a Cat Island woman. And that is one of the most poignant stories in our history. And it is where 3 Cat Island women who were on the land for many years, where there was a quieting action, and they were adverse claimants. The quieting action was brought by a company which was owned by their member of parliament. The member of parliament at the time was representing the people, but had his eye on the people land. And as a result, these women were found to be in contempt of court. because they were told not to burn or whatever it was on the land during the proceedings. And they denied that they did it, but they were found, I guess their credibility was less viable in those proceedings. And as a result, they went to Fox Hill Prison. And these were women who were farmers, who were simple women in terms of, and I mean simple in terms of what they had in life. And they were simple farmers, and they went to prison. And of course, not long after that, H.G. Christie was knighted by the Queen. He became Sir H.G. Christie. So we have to understand land in our country and begin to bring about reforms. I don't have a problem with bringing about reforms that assist third-party states, but we need reforms that assist the journey of the Bahamian people. The other issue I want to speak about in terms of the sector is the tourism. Tourism is overdue for a paradigm shift in this country. And really, when you look at, I'll give an example of Jamaica. Jamaica has so imbued the cultural identity of the people with every single thing, even the food offered in the hotel, in the buffets and all of that, in their music, in their culture, in what they do, that when you're going there, you're going to a place. I think we have to stop, the Bahamas stop being a destination of, and really it's coming down to the beaches and some nice hotels. And this is having a very stultifying and retarding effect on the growth and advancement of our people, because we have a culture. We have a culture. It is unique, but if you come to the Bahamas, you really might not know that in most of your movements through the country. And so I want to say that the time has come and is long overdue that we cause for the cultural richness of our nation to be more deeply embedded in what we are offering to the people. And it may require something like an MOU between the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, and with that culture ministry understanding its role for the promotion of culture and indigenous culture on all of the arts, so that we can see that more in who we are. And we also need to see greater linkages. I know the member for Freetown spoken here before about some commission or some tourism commission. I haven't seen the result of that. But we need greater linkages, because the hotels are owned by, well, let me put it this way. They said like 70 cents out of every dollar leaves this country. So we're getting 30 cents out of what is the entirety almost of our economy. That's insane. That tells you we have not capitalized. So while we are looking to ensure that third-party states that they're able to take care of their national affairs, let us use this parliament to ensure that we are able to take care of our own people's national affairs. On the issue of on the issue of culture, the big intervention of this administration is Prince George Dock and the Turkish company that I forgot the name of it, Global Holdings Limited, and their role now in redeveloping our port. And the amazing thing about this project is that they're actually making the dock the destination. You have a museum, you have a nightclub, you have a this, you have a that. Well, we have a Bay Street. Bay Street is really struggling right now. I would have thought that if you didn't have to give them all of that. If they wanted to develop the port, let them get a tax, but you've given them all of those things. And as a result, you are taking away from the average vendor, worker, entrepreneur in this country, not just Bay Street, outside of Bay Street, over the hill, wherever. But the negotiated agreement with these people is such that they have been given the right or the franchise or the legal ability to do all kinds of things on that dock, including shops, and they're leasing the shops out to people. And you might say people getting licenses on there. But this does not engender to the cultural depth of tourism. This does not. And you're actually creating a greater offense than assisting it. Yes, we need dock redevelopment. But it doesn't mean that we have to give all. See, this is the problem with these agreements that we get into with these foreign direct investors. We believe we ain't got nothing, so we got to give them everything. We see this, you know, and I've said this before. So that particular project, I'm told that there's going to be a Turkish company, I don't know if it's true, doing the construction now. And so what is that? You know, that is now, if it's true, that is now externalizing that part of the economic advantage of this project. And I want to say again, the full heads of agreement has yet to be laid in this parliament. Our doc, yet to be laid, the full heads of agreement. A partial version of it was laid. The full one has yet to be laid. And I noticed that the project in Sandy Key, what is it? Oh Lord. In Albuquerque. Sandy Point in Albuquerque. The $300 million project. I just want to say that that also has marinas against and that, you know, the same old template. You get this template coming, everybody bringing the same template. I just want to say about marinas, if we don't understand now what climate change is doing to the world and to us in particular, because we're just a bunch of rocks in the sea, and we know our sea levels are rising. And if we're going to allow, at this point, after what we know, we're going to ban plastics and all of that. If we are going to allow more and more, more and more dredging and intrusions into the land, particularly in a place like Sandy Point, which is so low-lying, I just cannot imagine that. So when you're negotiating with these people, I know what they want, you know, but what do we want? What do the people of Sandy Point want? What do they need? How do we see development in that area? Do they want a casino in Sandy Point? So I call upon the government to look in a broader, deeper way as to who we are. On the issue of land, I've overlooked one issue and I want to raise it. And it's the issue of Crown land. I saw in the papers the Prime Minister is handing over Crown grants to individuals. I've raised this before. That land belongs to the Bahamian people. We'd like to know who it's going to. What is the criteria? How do you qualify? Because particularly as we get closer to elections, and in my view, it appears they're getting there. We could feel it. You could see all the this and the that and the next thing, the traveling and everything. Election coming. We're going to be very concerned if you're giving Crown land around election time. And so, but if you're doing it in a transparent criteria, no problem. But we'd like to know what is the criteria, because there are many people. I have constituents who would like Crown land. And so I call on the government to let us know what it is that they're doing. On this issue again about the foreign direct investments, the cruise ship, the Royal Caribbean, I think the government is purporting to enter into some, or giving permission for them on the western end of Paradise Island to do a beach thing. This is another thing. You got to fight for the Bahamian people. You can't keep giving them what they want without understanding what it is that we need. You're allowing the cruise ship now, people to come on the dock, catch a boat and go on the beach. I mean, yes, you might have some beach vendors, you might have some restaurants there, but that is not the depth of cultural tourism that we should be aiming for. And if you look at the World Tourism Organization, that is what they are recommending, not this plastic candied thing that we seem to be offering in this country. So I call on the government not to agree to that. Royal Caribbean has got keys now. They already got keys in this country for $1 a year or whatever it is. They don't need to have that in New Providence. Let them get off the boat in New Providence, go out there and see who we are, what we are, spend some money out there and understand that we are beautiful, great, proud Bahamian people, not people who are in some resort reality and that is it. That's all we are. Okay, I'm gonna stop right now. Give me 3 minutes. No, I can keep it. I can go to 3 minutes. And then I want to again ask the government to look at the maritime policy, because while the financial sector is under assault, my words, we could be looking at diversification. We are an ocean nation. There is a maritime policy which was developed. It's laid in this parliament. It is a blueprint and framework for diversification using the ocean. minerals, energy, fishing. And so I want to invite the government to look at that and to look at it seriously and implement the provisions. Finally, one of the issues, and I'm down to 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes, is the issue of aviation. That is a critical instrument in national development. And I've seen some of the proclamations of the member for Freetown, the Minister of Tourism and Aviation, on bringing new laws to deal with updated auditing. Well, I'll talk about it then, because we don't want to misrepresent the journey and what it is. But we'll talk to that. And I think he speaks in terms of a aviation register, which is fine, because when we served, we actually brought that as far as it probably could go before actual execution. But airports, that is sort of almost remote when we understand the meaning of airports to communities and the importance of ensuring airports are in a state in which it can incentivize economic activity. And on this issue, I want to remind the minister that he said that in 2018 he would look to the issue of runway lights, and in Auckland, about several weeks ago, an elderly man got very sick, and the lights are not working. I asked him this morning, are they working? No, still not working. You got to fix the lights. In 2018, when a pilot went missing, the minister said that he would look to it and address it. And still in 2020, these lights are not working. And I called the minister to understand the importance of those lights for emergencies in those communities. And finally, before I take my seat, I just want to say this. I saw an interesting article in the Tribune by Neil Hartnell, where he is talking about, and then we're talking about deals, foreign direct investment again. He talks about the purchase of the Grand Lucayan. And the chairman of that Grand Lucayan company, Mr. Michael Scott, he says that whatever y'all did was a bad deal. That's what he said. And he said that, let me see if I can find it quickly. He said he personally views the sale to the Jewels Holistica partnership as a bad deal. This is your chairman. That does not create sufficient immediate benefits for the Bahamian people after the commercial terms were watered down due to COVID-19. Well, we were never told there was a watering down. I think the member I guess when he speaks, he will tell us about the watering down of the sale of a national asset. But this,
honorable member.
He says it's a bad deal.
Honorable member.
I'll lay it.
Okay.
I will lay it as soon as I'm finished.
Just for the record, state the date and,
okay,
and the source.
I did. I said the Tribune report from Neil Hartnell is dated 30th November 2020.
Thank you.
Bad deal. So I end by saying that our time in Parliament should be about empowering our people. And we really, the Bahamian people, they're frustrated. They're really not accepting this same old, same old. And the time has come for us. Yes, we bring legislation in here which has the effect of developing our financial services sector. But we have to show that we have the vision, the courage to understand who we are, what we are, to cut a new path through the bush and create a new reality for our people. We can do it. We can do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Just a moment. Just receiving this document. Order that the document do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
So, Mr. Speaker, I allowed the member. I didn't chose to interrupt the member in order to allow her to get off her chest all the frustrations about the Ministry of Tourism and Aviation, and so I stand now to correct some of the impressions that she have that I feel that are incorrect. So I'm going to speak about the deepening of tourism and the linkages. We have we created the Tourism Development Corporation, which is a entity headed up by Janet Johnson and a team that is focused exclusively on deepening the linkages of our tourism industry. It is it is a entity that has looked at the cruise industry to see how we can certainly earn more from it. Looked at all of the foreign visitors coming to our country to see how we can deepen the spend. We've been speaking to hotels about buying locally produce, involving culture in the hotels, getting Bahamians involved in a deeper way, and to try to increase the spend in the country. So I don't want the member to think that we drop and sleep on this. It is very much front and center, an important component of my ministry, and we have created the Tourism Development Corporation, chairman, headed by that same chairman she talked about, that is certainly trying to increase that 70% to 60% so that more of the money remains in the country. The port, I listened to the member. She is clearly against this port project. She said it over and over again. She states that it's a bad deal, and that's her view. And I accept the view. I accept the view that she believes that. I tend to disagree with her. I think and that's fine. And that is the purpose of this debate. And I have a right. Freetown has the right to speak. So I'm not a point of order. I'm speaking. Yeah. So this is not a point of order. I'm giving my. Yeah, I waited till you finished, and I decided to interject myself into the schedule. You caused me to jump up. So Global Ports Holding, obviously, as everybody can see, the investment is underway. It is going to build a world-class port, and I disagree. She always refers to it as a Turkish company, and I always want to say that the majority of shares will be owned by Bahamians. Every time I look at that port, I see Ed Fields, I see Mike Moore, I see a cadre of good, well-trained Bahamians running that project. And so, yes, and a lot of the money is coming from domestic investment. So I consider that deal, she likes to say the NAD deal, is the perfect deal. Sorry. The member for Angleton always likes to say that the NAD deal is the gold standard of investments in the country. And so I like to say that the ownership interest in that port.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Angaston on a point of order.
I never said anything was a gold standard. What I said was that member told the Bahamian people that what was happening over there would be along the lines of a NAD model, and it's not. That's all I said.
So I would contend, Mr. Speaker, that it's better than the NAD deal. There's deeper Bahamian ownership. So when the interest is paid on the debt, when the dividends are paid on the shares, a greater portion of that will come to the Bahamian people. The last time I looked at the NAD,
leading this parliament. The airport, LPIA, is owned by the Bahamian people. It is not leased to any foreign entity, and it's owned 100% by the Bahamian people. The dock is leased to foreigners. That's the difference. And so it is, you could say it's better, but maybe the member thinks it's better. I'll sit down because he thinks that's better, no problem.
It's leased, Mr. Speaker, the port is leased 51% to Bahamians. So the majority of the shares are going to be owned by Bahamians. And I remind the member that even though we own 100% of the airport, every time we cut a check, the last time I looked, 78% of that interest went to foreign companies. They're the ones who put up the debt. So 78% of it, even though we own it, you got to follow the money. Follow the money. That's what I keep saying here. Follow the money. 78% of that check. We own it 100%. So, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the cultural offerings from the port is not expecting to be in the business of offering cultural events or involving in cultural events. It is building a museum where we are, I feel, exposing our culture more to the foreign visitors that come here and creating a venue for Bahamians involved in the cultural business, the business of culture in this country, for them to see our product. And then we're building an amphitheater down there. So there is a venue for our foreign visitors to experience Bahamian culture. I mean, I think it's wonderful. There ain't no place. When you come here, where you can go to experience Bahamian culture. It's going to be there. Bahamians are going to go down there. We're going to have Bahamian vendors. They're going to operate all the stores. They're going to operate all the restaurants. They're going to operate everything down there. And what we're trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is not to compete with Bay Street. We don't want lots of jewelry stores and perfume stores and all of and other stores that are found on Bay Street. We're creating a different venue for the smaller business person. This is not for the big Bay Street boys. This is for the smaller Bahamian vendors that we have down there. So, you know, and then, Mr. Speaker, I invite the clerk of this House to please clarify whether the full HOA has been laid. I am of the view that it has been. That is what I am of the view. And I would like, I remember I've asked him about this, so I will let him opine on that. He will go back and see that. I remember we forgot another piece and we laid that later. So in my opinion, the whole HOA has been laid. But I'd let the clerk of the House to opine on that once and for all. The western end of Paradise Island, Mr. Speaker, the government has made no decision on that. What I would say, though, Mr. Speaker, is that at least pre-COVID, there were about 10,000 foreign visitors coming into the port of Nassau every single day. 10,000. I want you to think about that, to grasp that. 10,000 people. And you know what the biggest complaint was? They have nothing to do. They've been here before. They've looked at it, and there are no venues. You know what the biggest, most visited site in the country was Atlantis, going to the water park. So there is a deficiency, but 10,000 people are coming here. We need venues. And I want you to think, okay, it may be not owned by Bahamians, but there'll be ferries that would take them over there that are owned by Bahamians. There'll be Bahamian vendors over there. There'll be Bahamian restaurants over there. There'll be Bahamian water sports over there. All of these things would be creating opportunities for Bahamians. Yeah, they're using their money. Maybe the foreigner coming in to build the venue, but we are going to protect small Bahamian vendors so that they can have an opportunity to make a living. They may not have the 50 million or the 70 million to build the venue, but we can make sure that they get some butter on that bread. That's what we can make sure. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't, you know, I know that the member, I mean, it's interesting that it was, I would like, you know, the member, we were speaking about the bills, and I do support the bills, Mr. Speaker. Anything that improves the ease of doing business in this country, I am deeply supportive of. But I just felt that I couldn't let the member, I've seen her knock these issues. She feels very strongly about them. She has a particular view of them. My view is very different. I'm delighted that investment is taking place at the port. It's going to ultimately create a lot of good jobs for Bahamians. It's going to be a venue for Bahamians to display their goods, to display their culture, to display what it is about being a Bahamian. Bahamian restaurants, a Junction Museum. I mean, what could be more Bahamian than a Junction Museum? I mean, what could be more Bahamian than that? A venue for us to, when you come here and you want to experience Junkanoo, where do you go? Where do you go? So I am of the view that this is going to be an excellent. Just let it happen. Let it develop, and time will tell. I mean, I'm not gonna try to commit. Time will tell what will happen. And also, Mr. Speaker, I am delighted that, you know, at the end of the day, the tourism sector is slowly beginning to reopen. It's of course been devastated, absolutely ravaged by this pandemic. Bahamians across the length and breadth of this country have been laid off, and it has been heartbreaking to see what has happened in our tourism sector, our number one industry. And while these bills address our number two industry, our number one industry has really been knocked to its knees. And delighted that Atlantis is opening on the 10th of December, and a couple of thousand Bahamians, I think 2,000 to 3,000 Bahamians are going back to work. And then 7 days later, Bahamas is opening. I just read in the paper today that the Hilton is opening. So we're slowly getting the engine going again. And this is great news for the Bahamian people. And I think that, you know, the most important thing for us to do right now is to keep those COVID numbers low. Because that is what is resonating. That is what is making the Bahamas an attractive destination again. So I implore and I plead with my fellow citizens that we keep doing our part. And the people in Freetown, are being devastated by what's been going on. So it gives me great pleasure to tell them that, jobs are returning to the tourism sector. I'm hoping a number of my constituents get called back to go back to work, and they begin to be able to, with dignity, put food on the table for their families and not have to rely on the programs that the government has had to put in place to hold them over while we go through this extremely rough period. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to make light of the fact that I don't think that this is going to continue for quite some time. Now, there's no doubt that we're going to probably be feeling the effects of this for the next 5 to 6 months as we get up and running. Obviously, our largest core market is the United States, and we see what's happening over there with the level of COVIDity. Such a word exists. If not, I've just created it. So it's a very unfortunate situation. But we remain hopeful, and I think we're headed in the right direction. And it always pleases me to see our COVID numbers as low as they are, because that adds further boost to the tourism sector. So, and finally, Mr. Speaker, I'll end on this point. Our country unfortunately relies heavily on foreign direct investment. That's what drives our economy in many respects, brings in the needed US dollars that we need to maintain our parity with the US dollar. It creates lots of employment opportunities. And I hear the good member from Angliston and our desire to try and for her to think that we are bossed around and kicked around and told what to do by these foreign direct investors. That's so farther from the truth. We get into our discussions with them, and it is a very spirited discussion, and we are fighting tooth and nail to ensure that Bahamians benefit. I'm at the table, I'm there, I see it, I feel it, I know what's happening. So, and you know how many projects we turn down because it just doesn't meet our criteria. There's a whole slew of them that get turned down because they just don't meet that criteria. So I want the Bahamian people to know that we are fighting for them. We really are fighting for them to make sure that they feel these projects and there as many opportunities as possible are created for them. The people of Freetown send me here to do that for them. That's what they send me here to do. And that is what I'm doing for them, Mr. Speaker. Every time I sit at the table, and that is a number of us to do, and I'm sure all of my colleagues are the same, we have front and center the interests of the Bahamian people. And I can assure you that many projects get turned down when they don't meet that criteria. And so on that point, Mr. Speaker, Freetown supports these bills and always enjoys the spirited discussion with the member for Angliston. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just think that the member for Freetown did not give the full picture of that project. And I think it's a bit misleading because what he did not say is that to give the cruise line that space on that beach required giving them crown land and work permits. So I hear them would say the 10,000 normally come off that boat and they should go into the city. Now they go into these people's beaches. And so the members should indicate to the parliament that they've additionally agreed to giving crown land and work permits for this project. I have it right here.
I think the member's a little ahead of herself. The government of the Bahamas, as far as I'm aware, has not struck any deal with anybody.
Okay.
Okay. So we haven't struck a deal with anybody. So we, that's a proposal we're considering. I just made the point that when foreign visitors come here, when foreign visitors, I don't believe we've made an agreement. You can get whatever you have, but we have not signed anything. Okay. So the fact of the matter is that you prove a lot of things in principle when you get down to the hard. That means go ahead and negotiate. That's what it is. Go ahead and negotiate. You know what that means. That means that you go ahead. Okay, we've received the idea. Let's negotiate it. And we haven't concluded the negotiation yet. So steady on. So, Mr. Speaker, my only point was, while she likes to harp on the crown land, and while the member of Angliston likes to harp on the crown land, we are looking at creating numerous opportunities for Bahamians. That is the sole purpose. What's the point of owning the land if it ain't doing nothing for you? The reason why you have the land is to create opportunities for Bahamians. That's what you got to look at the land for. It ain't like, oh, it's ours, and we hold it and we look at it. What that doing for us? Maybe people want jobs. The members of Freetown want jobs. That's what they want. They want economic empowerment. They want the opportunity to empower own businesses. And yes, sometimes we have to use foreign direct investment to create that venue for me to then operate a business at that venue. So that is what we are attempting to do.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, just before we proceed, let me just remind, or I shouldn't say remind, let me just give you notice that we're approaching the Christmas season. And every, this has nothing to do with the debate. And annually we do our Christmas messages. This year, the messages are limited to 3 minutes or less. Honorable members, the Christmas messages are limited to 3 minutes or less, and they are ready to receive you. So I would suggest to all members that you should communicate with ZNS to confirm an appointment date. They would like for all the messages to be completed by the 18th. That puts us about 2 weeks away. And we have 39 members to get done within that 2 weeks interval. So if you can make your appointment to get your message completed. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise on behalf of the good people of the Golden Isles constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to be long. I would just like to begin by saying good afternoon to my mother in Eleuthera and the rest of my family members in Eleuthera who, because of extenuating circumstances, can't get to see or be with nearly as often. Mr. Speaker, I should also like to convey condolences to a good friend, Mr. Percy Miller, who's lost his daughter. And he'll be laying up to rest tomorrow. And so to him and his entire family, I'd like to convey sincere condolences. Also, to the family of the late Mr. Oswald Ingram, who have not had an opportunity to convey condolences from this place. He once sat where you're sitting, Mr. Speaker. I met him at an early age of my life. I attended Windermere High School, and he was on the board of directors. I attended a number of his children, 5 of his children during the 5 years I was there. And he was a great, we say Eleutherian, and we want to get deep about it. He was a great son of our soil, and he left a tremendous legacy. And I'm sure his children will continue that legacy. And so I'd like to extend sincere condolences on behalf of my family and I, my mother, who hails from Tarpon Bay, the settlement of which he's from, and on behalf of the people of the area. And this is nothing political about it. That's where I'm from. That's where I'm born, and I know these people intimately, and I feel that I need to take this opportunity to convey sincere, heartfelt condolences. He knew when he was in hospital at first, I had an opportunity to visit him and to just share with him and his family. And I was out of the jurisdiction when he passed. So I'm taking this opportunity to do so now. But I should again like to extend sincere heartfelt condolences. Mr. Speaker, also I'd like to speak to an issue that occurred in the constituency which I represent. And before I do that, I should also like to share some of the sentiments of persons who spoke before in terms of the challenges, the tremendous challenges that's caused by this pandemic, in terms of unemployment, in terms of persons unable to pay their BPL bill, persons unable to meet their mortgage, unable to meet their rent payment. It's something I never thought I would experience or encounter in my lifetime. It's had a resounding effect. And would like to, it is something, Mr. Speaker, that has me in a place that I've never been before. But let me just speak to an incident that occurred in a constituency that's very bothersome to me. Mr. Speaker, it has long been the custom and the practice that whenever a government minister or official is visiting a constituency, in the execution of the official duties and responsibilities, as a matter of courtesy and respect, the sitting member of parliament is notified in advance and invited to attend or participate. This has always been the accepted and expected practice in our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I am not aware, nor have I been informed, that this practice has been changed or discontinued. Mr. Speaker, on Monday past, 2 days ago, the most honorable member from Kalani, along with the member from Marathon, in their capacity, Mr. Speaker, they were in the constituency that I represent, and there participated in a groundbreaking ceremony for a new subdivision called Carmichael Village, which is historic. Historic Carmichael Village. Mr. Speaker, I have no objection to the ceremony. What I object to, in the strongest possible terms, Mr. Speaker, is the blatant lack of respect that was shown to me, the sitting member of parliament. Not only was I not invited to attend the ceremony, I was not even extended the courtesy of being informed regarding the same. Mr. Speaker, to that, I take grave offense.
They don't think you got family and friends.
Mr. Speaker,
and supporters.
I was not appointed as the member of parliament for Golden Isle. I was elected by the good people of the great constituency to represent them and their interests to the best of my ability.
If they don't like you, they should respect the office.
And I take that responsibility very seriously.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to be honorable men and women in this honorable institution. Our behavior and our actions should therefore reflect the same. The Bahamian people expect us to not only bear the title, but to act as such and to be honorable in all areas, especially while doing the people's work. That new subdivision will house Bahamians from different political persuasions. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, it will house Bahamians, period. I am the member of parliament for the residents in the said constituency, regardless of their political persuasion. And when I speak in this honorable house on issues affecting them and Bahamians everywhere, I As a Bahamian, I do so as a servant of the people who I represent. It is therefore disheartening to see, Mr. Speaker, the leader of our country seemingly unfazed that the elected member of parliament for the said constituency is not a part of the project that could undoubtedly have a great impact and is expected to on the quality of life
And they show
of
them
those residents.
You don't get it. They campaign. They
Mr.
want to
Speaker.
make them look good. They campaign by inviting you,
Mr. Speaker,
by keeping you out, make them look bad.
we must rise
Politics one
above petty politics and, in my opinion, spiteful, vindictive actions, and seek to do the best we can for all of our people by giving them every possible advantage to access opportunities that will improve their quality of life. Who will oppose that? None of us will. Our personal political differences should not be the issue when it comes to national issues and these projects. Governmental power should not be used as a weapon to marginalize elected officials when they disagree with or when they part ways. Mr. Speaker, as a people, and particularly us of our youth, as Black Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, we need to mature. We need to grow up. And we need to stop leaning on the stick about when, who was in power, how they did it. The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is while we are in the chair, we need to do everything we can to advance this country. And Mr. Speaker, because we have persons who will succeed us, our children, our children's children, and their children. And at least let us leave an example of how we attempted to do it right. I should have been informed of this. I should have been invited to attend, even if not to participate. Even if I opted not to attend, I should have at least been informed and invited. That, I believe, is the decent, is the moral, is the honorable and respectful thing to do. Honorable men and women do honorable things. I expected better. Golden Eyes deserves better. Our Bahamian people deserves better. See, love me, dislike me, hate me, that's fine. But one thing I want you to do, please, respect me. I came into this house as a free Black man with my dignity, with my honor, and with my integrity. And Mr. Speaker, one day, it'll be my final day in this place. And I intend to leave as a free Black man with my dignity and my integrity and the respect I deserve fully intact. And Mr. Speaker, and so I rest on that. And I rise, Mr. Speaker, to loan my support to the bill. Mr. Speaker, also, just to ask for clarification again, on behalf of the good people of Eleuthera, the religious, godly people who have seemingly confused the pastors with regards to the amendment or the change in the emergency powers. They're of the view that if restaurants can entertain and engage customers internally, that churches should be able to do the same and practice the health protocols, including wearing masks and social distancing. So if someone can please speak to that and give clarity to that. Mr. Speaker, Golden Isles supports the bill. Golden Isles rest. May Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth more common.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Just on not related to the good member's speech, but I just wanted to make clarification for the good member of Engliston. She keeps bringing up the fact that the full document wasn't laid. So here's the document being laid on the 29th of October, 2019, and some of the annexes were forgotten. And here's the annexes being laid on the 17th of February, 2020. No. 3 months later. 3 months later, the 29th of October, 2019, we had Christmas in between, and the 17th of February, 2020. So please stop perpetuating in this house that this document has not been laid. It has been laid. I checked with the clerk. The clerk gave me the documents. That's a fact. You were wrong. I was right. Let's move on.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Yes, Mr. I just want to say that it's unfortunate that the document had to be laid in pieces. And I was not aware that the second piece had been laid. It was incumbent on this minister to ensure that he brought a heads of agreement in this parliament. Now, if he says he was right when he laid that, then the facts speak differently. And if he wants to be right, no problem. But the Bahamian people are watching all the time. That document was not laid in its fullness. It was laid in pieces. But in any event, I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, if you would assist me with the entire document now so that we see the entire heads of agreement. The government, the member, laid it in pieces.
Honorable members, as many. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakro.
You want to say something about? You want to say something? But
the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
You want to brought up this property? Don't try that. Don't try that. Because day one.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
No problem.
As our lead speaker indicated, we have no objection to these bills. It's primarily cleaning up a number of issues, and in fact, in respect to the removal of necessity for seal, I always thought that was one of the sort of anomaly in the law as to how a company could be bound, because very often the principle of ostensible authority very often displaces the need for a seal. And so what we're doing here now is basically closing that, as my cousin called it, the corner, in respect to and making consistent the view of how companies could be bound by arrangements that they may have been entering into. In respect to, and I think all of the scope documents speak to that. We speak to the financial service industry, and the member for finance point out how important that industry is to our overall economy and the gross domestic product. And in that keeping and recognizing the times in which we exist, the pandemic and the measures that have been implemented during the course of this pandemic exercise, it is very important that we continue to be transparent and frank and sharing of the information. Now, as a family island representative, the minister indicated, for example, that when he spoke, right, that we should just take it what he said. You know, the minister might, we don't have to doubt that the minister believes in what he says, because we don't have the information that backs it up. But we who are representatives of these family islands have direct knowledge of what is going on in our family island. And so you ought not to take umbrage to the fact that we draw to your attention what's going on and make suggestions as how to best to meet the goal that you desire to meet. We too would wish that we stop transmission of the virus. We too would wish
that if it is diagnosed in our island that there's facilities to treat, to isolate. We too would wish that. But we are on the ground. And so what we speak to is to assist you in understanding what is on the ground. Right? So it's not an attack per se. And so every time, that's why people say you might be, you're on edge, edgy. And you never answer that, you know. You say that if it's, no, but you have to, well, just say, man, I'm not on edge, you know. At least confess you're not on edge. And so, Mr. Speaker, so like this week, I've been speaking to the persons, my constituents in Salvador. They are concerned because voters come in, right? People came in, properly documented, and then you require them to take the antigen test after 5 days. And guess what? Guests are going between the administrator's office, the final what is to happen, the doctors, the nurse, and they just don't have the test. People who need to get the test, listen to this now. Bahamas here goes there twice a week. Once a week. Now, once a week, right? So a person takes the test. They take in the results of the test and not the results, but the test, actual test, and sending it on the boat. They bring it to Nassau. You should be aware of that. And they don't get the result. There's no system in place. The system is not in place where once they get the test, to get the information back. There's always that gap that needs to be resolved. Because even if you get it here in 2 or 3 days, it coming from the family island, there should be some urgency to getting the result of that test. And then there should be some urgency to get the result, let that result be known to the person who took the test. But weeks go by before the result is known, and the person loses the opportunity or chance to come, and then you require them to take the test again. See, those are the things we're talking about. That's what's happening on the ground. And I can say the tests are not available. Check. But they may tell you that, Minister. But check how many tests you have in San Salvador. Check how many tests you have in Rum Key. Right? In fact, that touches on another subject matter. There's no doubt in my mind, and you all could that the measures today are serving selfish political aims. Yeah, that's what I say. Because, well, I could read. Oh, you old time, my phone. Where's my phone? I could read a WhatsApp that was sent to me, right, from a resident of Rum Key, who complained about the presence of the Prime Minister and others on the Key. And he only met with 2 people, you know. Again, I'll talk to him directly on that, right? But no. That's 2 of his generals, but he have other generals there who got vexed because he ain't speak to them. No. Well, you'll be surprised to know who is my general, right? But you know what the complaint is? The complaint is this: that the complainant is saying, look, my son, who's in school, to come home, he's going to have to take the PCR test. That's going to cost him because he's now on break. He's coming home, he has to pay to get home, get to Rum Key. But then they require him to be quarantined for 2 weeks. He's only going to be there for 3 weeks. No quarantine? So if I could travel and be quarantined? See, when you all change that? See, I brought the order here. Let me see. No, no, man, let me read it to you all. You don't understand the rules? No, he coming from here. Even if you're traveling from here.
That's another matter.
See, well, the rules don't say that, Minister. Please. The rule ain't saying it. No, no question. Anybody can read the document, man. No, they don't. See, I thought the cabinet was the company of the government. Huh? Yeah, and you don't know that? No, but I'm going to tell you. No, I can tell you. There's mandatory quarantine. That's what I'm speaking to the member for Kalani about. I tried to meet with him this week. I sent him text trying to call him or meet with him. I even asked him if he could be here today. This my meeting. I want to meet with him, right? I would like to meet with him because it is not fair for him to be traveling to the islands with his entourage. Don't require quarantining. But no, I don't tell him this, and I can tell this to him when I meet with him. But you want me to talk about who he went with in Cat Island? Right? Who he went with? Were they quarantined? Were they required to quarantine? And they were not public officials. And let me say, the rules don't speak to senior government officials. This photographer, senior government official. Right? And so when I asked him, Speaker, when I asked, but the rule speaks, the rule does not speak to public officer, it speaks to senior government officials. Senior government officials. That's what it speaks to, Mr. Speaker. And so the rules are not being applied fairly. I've asked him to all I say is, look, if my people take the test, once we get the visa, let us travel. We don't have to quarantine if you give us the visa. But they're insisting. No, they say parliamentarians are exempted. He travels as a senior government official. That's what the rule says. But I'm saying when I travel, I need to carry my team, and they should be not, once they get their travel visa, right, I should be able to do the same thing. Right. I apply and he tell me no.
But you recognize this honorable member for Freetown.
Look in the emergency orders, emergency powers, whatever.
What page?
Page 12.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Item 22, inter-island travel. Item number 3, under 22, a person who entered the Bahamas and is transiting through New Providence to a family island with a period of less than 24 hours shall not be required to obtain any further travel, health visa, or to submit to a mandatory quarantine in accordance with paragraph 2.
Mr. Speaker. I see that. Yeah, but I'm talking about leaving from New Providence.
Your son, I believe, was coming in from overseas, or the son of your general was coming into the country and was going down to Rum Key, but he didn't have to quarantine. I just wanted to clarify that.
If that's the case, then I accept that. But what I'm talking about more specifically is someone who's the student at UB. The student at the University of Bahamas, I'm sure they're sending me a text right now to clear that up for me, but I don't have my phone. But the student from UB who lives in Cat Island, San Salvador, they have to take the test to get the travel visa. And then it's mandatory, the same rule I want you to look at is on the same page, which speaks to inter-island travel, 22.2, speaks that any person traveling from New Providence shall be required upon arrival on the other island to submit to mandatory quarantine. That's what I'm talking about. Why? See, and that's what I'm saying. The competent authority, who's supposed to be the cabinet, right, do know that when we travel, even though we have the travel visa, we still have to quarantine. That's not obvious. That's not obvious. It's not obvious.
No, no. That's not the case. No, that's no, Mr. Speaker. Let us remind this government. Let's remind this government of what the Competent Authority say. Why then would the health official excuse foreigners from quarantining because they have a travel visa and won't excuse the Bahamians who are traveling inside from quarantining? So, no. Why is that? Isn't that you don't see the dichotomy? You don't see the dichotomy in that? You don't see the favoritism? You don't see the discriminating against your own people? And you call this the people's time? Right? Do you all have a problem with that? That's what you've done. You've entrenched it. So it's only an excuse. It's talking about relying on medical evidence. Why would the medical people advise you to let the foreigner come in after getting a travel visa and don't have to quarantine? But the Bahamian who got goes through the same process, they get the same visa. If he or she travels, have to quarantine. How could that be right? And let me just remind this country what they said.
The honorable member for
He says a foreigner.
On a point of order.
Yes, he keeps saying a foreigner. It is a traveler. That traveler can be Bahamian as well. So it's any traveler that's going directly into a family island, I agree, does not require that. That traveler can also be Bahamian. So I know you want to score the political point that we're foreign-centric, or not. It is a traveler, a Bahamian or a non-Bahamian going into that. And yes, I agree, Mr. Speaker. We are in the process of rolling out the domestic visa, and we're going to put, well, not I wouldn't say visa, domestic health card, to get that up and running in order to monitor as advised. You know that the health officials are always very concerned that what happens here in Nassau, and we know that there was community spread in New Providence, and we know that the health facilities in the Family Islands are limited, and we really wanted to ensure that we didn't facilitate the spread into the Family Islands. So what we're going to do is we're building that infrastructure, and there are, even though there is the view that the foreigners are, it isn't. So what we're trying to do is to bring it out. Phase one was people coming from an international destination, foreigner and Bahamian, okay, and then we were going to move with domestic travel.
That a contribution on the subject matter, but the clear picture is this, right? The competent authority, in the person of the member for Kalani, indicated to this country, that the quarantine, once the country is open, the quarantine would be lifted. That's what he said. He told me that, and he told the country that. And in fact, when the new orders were made in, when that was before November, it did do away with the quarantine. And then suddenly he brought it back in. When I spoke to him about that, I said, look, you said there'll be no quarantining. He said, he blamed, I didn't say who he blamed for it, but he said the domestic visa should have been in place. He said it should have been in place to be able to eliminate that. And he said that it would take a few days, and that's why, in a few days, the quarantining of Bahamians traveling within the islands. So what you're saying, what you have instituted, and this is, if you want to talk about political point, this is the political point. A traveler who is non-Bahamian could fly to a family island and not be quarantined. A Bahamian who is a Bahamian can't fly from New Providence to a family island without having to be quarantined. That's the political point. That's the discrimination. Now, use the word traveler. I say traveling. You say traveler. But that traveler, I appreciate it could be a Bahamian coming from abroad, because I could go, I could fly to Miami, or Atlanta, and fly directly back to Cat Island and don't have to quarantine.
right? But I can apply from New Providence to the family as in quarantine. How does that make sense? How does that make sense to you, right? And so the Prime Minister told this country that upon the implementation of the domestic visa, there'll be no quarantining. They have put in place the domestic visa now. It's already in place. But yet still, you're requiring the quarantining. And that's the point we make. And so we gotta see that. I keep saying the confusion, the chaos that's created by these rules. I mentioned it when I spoke, when I first looked at these, when it was late last week. I mentioned it last week. I spoke about it last week, right? And he indicated it was going to be lifted once domestic visa was put in place. The rules sit in place, right? You know, health card, you already have it in place. According to the rules, it's in place, right? And so that is it. Now, I hear this seemingly nuance about awards of contracts and how they were awarded. I mean, if you say, look, we want to give our people our thing, that's your prerogative. If you want to fix up your generals, that's what y'all could do. My only concern is that you deal with it, and just say that's what you're doing, and don't attempt to appear to be fair. Now, I'm not saying I spoke. Yes, last week I spoke to the Minister of Education. I asked, didn't accuse, what was the process? And I don't know, it's not him. I don't think it's him. And that's why I can bring to his attention what has in fact happened. So he can look into it. And then he can let me know what the results would be. Because, for example, I asked him about Cat Island, because I heard that there's going to be some displacements in Cat Island. I asked about it. I also asked whether or not, I asked whether or not persons who hold the bus contracts now, even though they were expired, let me put it another way. Those persons who are on month to month and providing those services up to now, would they be allowed to participate in the bid process? The minister, I understood him say yes. I want to inform him that contrary to his assertion, it don't appear to be that way, and I invite you to look at it. So, for example, in Cat Island, there are 6 routes. 6 routes. Right? No, 6 names, but the 6 routes have been sent. It's not, I know what. I hear what I'm saying. If you want to take them away and just be pure political on it, that's what you will do. But say it. And stop saying that you're gonna be fair. Right? So the minister. So minister, I'm saying to you, that's what happened in Cat Island. I don't call people's name here, but they sent 6, and they send the form for each of them to fill in, to come back, but no other person was put on it. So I just want you to look at, if you want me to give you the names of the 6, I can provide them to you separately. And this is not to, well, like, they are Cat Islanders, yeah, and they live in Cat Island. Right. And so now let me say something to you then, Southern Shores. Urban News falls under your portfolio. I'm advised reliably. I wanted to, I'll show you, I'll send to you sometime tomorrow later on the week. Yeah. No, I want to make the point because they expect to hear me make the point. Right? Because if I don't make the point, you know, a lot of people say I don't do nothing for Cat Island. you know, and so I can say it now, Mr. Campbell. Sorry, Southern Shores, my partner. What? You want to take that bait before now? Mr. Speaker, I understand that the urban renewal through the social service are providing food vouchers on Get a good thing. I understand it is in the ones that have been brought to my attention is that they were in the sum of $25 each. But the problem with that, I say it's a good thing. But the challenge comes when you give the food vouchers to somebody who lives in the north, let's say in Orange Creek, or Artist Town, or Bennett Harbor, or the Bluff. They have to come, it'll cost them more than the $25 voucher to go to have it redeemed at a designated food store that was designated by the ministry. So it really don't make much sense to them. Because, like I said, it cost them that much more. The designated food store will be hard pressed to deliver to them because it costs them just as much to go to deliver to redeem those. So I invite you to consider that you spread the other food stores on the island that you should look at to redeem to redeem those vouchers, because it doesn't make sense. Right now, so I'd like to look at that. Yeah.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
I accept, Mr. Speaker, what the honorable member is saying. I want to say that I'm aware that there are some instances where certain vendors have opted not to participate. I can't speak specifically in relation to this matter, but I give you the undertaking that I will look at it, because I consider all Cat Islanders like that.
Yeah, cuz. Yeah, cuz. See, no, the thing about it is, I'm not calling any names, right? All I'm saying is that I don't know which vendors on Cat Island would have said they want to participate, because the complaint came to me from a vendor, a food store operator, who said they came, and because they knew the circumstance, they took the vouchers, provided what the persons wanted, because they had come down from the north, stopped by him, and he redeemed them. And he spoke with the office, and they told him, look, their hands are tied. They can't redeem it from him, from that vendor. So there will be other vendors that will participate. I doubt in these kind of times you will find a vendor who unless they are unsure that they get paid, and that's been happening. And that's been happening, as you know. And I have not made much noise about it, but vendors are concerned about getting the vouchers and not being paid in a timely manner. But of course, any number of reasons could be attributed to that. So that's something I'd want you to look at. And so, competent authority. Well, if the competent authority, cabinet, I have 4 of you here. Will you please, 5, the other one that away. Please look into this mandatory quarantining. It truly is not going to make sense. Huh? And leave the PCR out of the family islands as well, because that's too expensive. And to get the actual test back runs time. Okay. Huh? Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, as I indicated, the bills we support
the bills are timely, and it does also meet what I call the technological advancement in the manner in which we do business. And it is catching up and filling a vacant that was perhaps always there when one thinks of the principle, what I call ostensible authority. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we support it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakro.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to close the debate on the Compendium of Bills that were presented for consideration today, and those bills are the Companies Amendment Bill 2020, the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2020, the Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Bill 2020, the Rules Against Perpetuities Abolition Amendment Bill 2020, and the Foundations Bill. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not congratulate and commend the Bahamas Financial Services Board and AIBT and their principal officers, the persons of Ms. Tanya McCartney and Mr. Bruno Roberts, who have worked extensively. Excellent people, and I agree with Exoma, who worked extensively with both administrations, Mr. Speaker. And I do recall when I first went to the Attorney General office, I was doing some research and I found a letter penned by the CEO for the Bahamas Financial Services Board, where she admonished the then government and the then opposition not to make this whole issue in terms of what we have to do in financial services or political football, but to work to safeguard what is our second industry that underpins a large part of our middle class and is responsible for 15% of our gross domestic product. And that may be different now that tourism has taken a blow. So I want to commend them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me, as I was speaking to my daughter this morning, I had reason to do a little research. And I would like to commend the strategic leaders in the COVID-19 experience, as made mention of by former Attorney General Ms. Alison Maynard Gibson, as she highlighted the work of Dr. Del Regis. The strategic leaders, Mr. Speaker, while we have Italy, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, France, Greece, and the Netherlands, Spain, and a number of other European countries on lockdown, the US and Latin America. The Bahamas is on the downward trend. And so I want to commend all the frontline workers who've been working extremely hard, especially the present Minister of Health, former Minister of Health, for the work that they have done. And I know I hear the leader, the Honorable Member for Kent Island, speaking about the confusion. But in the midst of everything and the hard hit that this country has taken, the nurses, doctors, prison officers, police officers, and I admire them when they go into a crowd and disperse a crowd. And they are humane in their approach to people that they know for the work that they've been doing, Mr. Speaker. In these circumstances. And I know I hear it over and over again that, and I said it when Elizabeth was here, when we had the discussion, that when we first started the deliberation on COVID-19, the member for Kalani said, we would be led by our professional health experts, the World Health Organization, and PAHO. And we would provide the strategic support. And so when you see the presentations being made, whenever there's a need for a scientific approach, the doctors will be calling to speak. If there's a need for PPEs or whatever have you, then the minister is calling, and Dr. Del Regis is very capable, and she said, Minister, you come and answer this question, and they direct it. And so to debunk the idea that there is this maximum leader, nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend Angliston for raising again, and she can't help herself, for turning to the issue of land in the Bahamas. As I gave my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a presentation I gave on the 11th of April 2018, where we then highlighted the role of the Reform Commissioner, Dame Anita Allen, and her role in looking at the Compendium of Bills that were laid in Parliament to review the whole issue of land, to identify the Linden Pinland Estate, Bosine Town, and the inadequacies or the atrocities that was meted upon us because of what had happened in land. And I was very happy that she made mention of three ladies, and I think their names should live on in the history of the Bahamas. That is Adeline Ambrista, Janetta Roll, and Virginia Roll, who, as we made mention of, were on a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, and they were taken to court. And the interesting thing about it is when they appealed to the Privy Council found that they had a case to be made and that there was some miscarriage in justice. And lo and behold, the files went missing. And so a motion was brought in this honorable place to have the records of Miss Adeline Ambrista, Janetta Roll, and Virginia Roll expunged. And it was done by no other person than a man that is near and dear to me, the late Mr. Oscar Johnson. And so we can attest to the fact that land is being used to abuse, denigrate, and to enslave and even vote. So I want to commend Kalani for his efforts here to deal with that issue. Mr. Speaker, the Compendium of Bills, as I'm happy that everybody has agreed with them. Cat Island spoke for almost half hour and spent about 5 minutes on the bills because he agreed. Exuma, the very same thing. Golden Isles, same thing. And this is when we work in tandem with industry and civil society. And at the ministry, Mr. Speaker, we've adopted that attitude, even in hiring. If there's any substantial hirings at the ministry, Financial Services Board is asked to assist. Mr. Speaker, even in terms of immigration, they now sit on our mystery shopper committee. They sit on the steering committee, Mr. Speaker, for the full digitization of the immigration department. Mr. Speaker, I had reason to give a statement here, and I was rather somewhat concerned about what I saw in the paper. I was asked about the recent decision by Ms. Justice Charles. And Mr. Speaker, I simply said that, listen, the court are the guardians of the Constitution. When they give an order, one of the former Chief Justices said, if you are dissatisfied with it, you appeal it. The late Mr. Stephen Isaac said, if you're dissatisfied, you could write your own judgment, but do absolutely nothing to undermine the independence or the administration of justice or the independence of the judiciary. And that was simply my statements. And I wrote to the young man, and said, it was interesting to see what you wrote. But Mr. Speaker, this effort here today represents a partnership with government and civil society. And I want to commend my colleagues and the side opposite, because I think on the last 3 occasions, we've been able to come to this honorable house and debate the amendment to the the bail act that was lamented by justices and magistrates for years. We also debate the amendment to the Defense Act and also the amendment to the Prison Act that extended the retirement age for members of those 2 august bodies. And now today, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for Defense in laying a piece of legislation that we have the support, by and large, of civil society and industry in terms of a permanent register, a voting register, Mr. Speaker, which is the conventional approach. I would also commend my colleagues for agriculture, for laying the Fisheries Act, where you keep getting text messages from persons in industry, and the member for North Elutra say, when are we going to debate that legislation? Ready to pass it. So today, Mr. Speaker, is a quintessential expression of a partnership between industry, government, civil society. And so without more, Mr. Speaker, Yamacraw supports these bills. I just want to say, I know we'll have member statements, but just I crave your indulgence just to say that on Monday, I've been getting a lot of concerns about the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. We will continue our rich tradition, Mr. Speaker, of having town hall meetings, and we're going to be doing it by way of a webinar. So if you have any, especially first-time offenders, young persons who would have had their brush with the law, some time has passed, we will explain the process, and tell you how you can deal with your situation. I had a young man who approached me, and I looked at his application, and I saw at the time there was elapsed, and all it requires is some legal education. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on this Saturday, CARB will be hosting an arbitration webinar. All are invited to attend. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected purposes. As many members as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters.
For the second reading and committal of bills.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act 2020.
Is there a second? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters. As many members are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed. International. Oh, I gave you both. Just the top one.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement for the company seal.
No.
A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement for a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments for connected matters.
Honorable member, let me take a look at that because I believe.
Which one did you move?
I moved the International Business.
It's the same title.
Right?
It's the same title?
They have the same short,
same title.
same long.
The company is an international business company.
And one is the International Business Companies. It's this one.
So we do this company international. Okay. A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove mandatory requirement for a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and move the amendment for the properties execution of deeds and documents bill 2020.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to make provisions with respect to the manner of execution of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to make new provision with respect to the manner of execution of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters.
For the second reading and committal of bills, chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and beg leave to have read for a second time.
Yes.
The rules against perpetuity is abolition and amendment bill 2020.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the rule against perpetuities, Abolition Act 2011, to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rule against perpetuities and the disposition of interest in properties in trusts and for connected matters. As many members are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the rules against perpetuities, Abolition Act 2011, to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rules against perpetuities and the disposition of interest in property in trust for connected matters.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and beg leave to have read for the second time the Foundations Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are no further second readings. Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House resolves itself into Committee of the Whole House with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House now resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House with the Deputy Speaker and the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House in the chair. As many members are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House in the chair.
The chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do move that the short title be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that clauses 2 through 7 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 7 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 7 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments, and for connected matters be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 8 be now agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 8 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 8 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to make new provisions with respect to the manner of execution of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 5 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the schedule to the bill be agreed.
Members, has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the rule against Perpetuities, Abolition Act 2011, to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rule against perpetuities and the disposition of interest in property, in trust, and for connected matters be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 4 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's Being moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark. It's being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the short title be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 2 be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
Being moved and seconded that the Speaker will now take the chair. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The Speaker will now take the chair. Speaker, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bills, making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has reported that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the various bills, having made no amendment thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm moving for third reading. And I just asked the House that if we could just pass all 5 bills and then we could applaud the work of the whole House after we would pass all 5 bills. So that we can speed up the time. Then we would move to member statements and then we exit the House. Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contract deeds and other instruments and for connected matters.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments, and for connected matters. As many members are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
Bill for an act to amend the Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement for a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments, and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Companies Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the International Business Act to remove the mandatory requirement of company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act to remove the mandatory requirement of a company's seal and to make new provisions for the execution of contracts, deeds, and other instruments and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the International Business Companies Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to make the new provisions with respect to the manner of execution of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to make new provisions with respect to the matter of executions of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to make new provisions with respect to the manner of execution of deeds and other instruments and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the rule against Perpetuities Abolition Act 2011 to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rule against perpetuities and the disposition of interest in property, in trust, and for connected matters.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the rule against perpetuities Abolition Act 2011 to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rule against perpetuities and the disposition of interest in property in trust and for connected matters. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the rule against perpetuities Abolition Act 2011 to clarify the law as it relates to the abolition of the rules against perpetuities and disposition of interest in property in trust and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Rule Against Perpetuities Abolition Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Foundations Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be Foundations Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bill, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no further third readings, Mr. Speaker.
Consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
I wish to thank you very much, sir. Just wish this afternoon to invite the House to observe a moment of silence on the passing of Mrs. Sadie Curtis, who was a longtime educator. Mrs. Curtis was about 95 years of age. And as we know, there's a school in the southern section of New Providence who is named after her.
Can we all stand? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable member. Incidentally, honorable member,
Sorry.
just for me to put on the record, that school, Sadie Curtis Primary School, is in the Nassau Village constituency. And my good friend from the Government High School, she was the mother of Dwayne Curtis. Some of you may know Dwayne from working in the public analyst lab and so on over the years. Thank you, honorable member for South Beach.
And further, Mr. Speaker, I wish to just advise once again parents. There seems to be a little bit of, I'm not sure, but I just wish to say that parents for students in the primary and preschool, they are available. Devices, tablets are available in the primary, the preschool. Just report to the school, present a government ID, primary and preschool. In the other schools, junior high and senior high, as they become available, they will be distributed. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, they simply need to go to the school and there are resource packets available to them, even if they don't have a device. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Distributed devices in the constituency. We'll be sending a copy of the list of persons who receive those devices to the Ministry of Education, so that there will not be duplication in the distribution of devices. You know, Speaker, when we have events, we invite all to come. But in these circumstances, when we see children and we have devices, you know, you still, once they have them in their hand, you can't take it out of the child's hand. So I'm just suggesting that once we're having functions like that in Yamacraw, it's to really benefit the constituents of Yamacraw. The other thing I would like to just crave your indulgence to extend birthday greetings to Mr. Francis Sawyer. He's the deputy chairman of the great party of the Free National Movement, and I know he's watching. So happy birthday, and I pray God continue to bless you and yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and the honorable Brent, I sent him greetings this morning. Was in hand. Brent Simmons, thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. There being no further member statement, I just want to extend invitation to the young ladies of the Nassau Village constituency on behalf of the Zonta Club. The Zonta Club is hosting a job readiness seminar on Friday, the 4th, which is a few days away. It begins at 9:30 and it extends to 3 p.m. The two locations where there would be face-to-face instructions would be the Nassau Village Community Center and the Whosoever Will Church of God on East Alexandria Boulevard. I ask that you make contact by calling 393-4667 to register your participation. There will also be a virtual link for those young ladies between the ages of 18 and 38 who wish to participate in the seminar. That link will be sent to you once you make contact with the office and register your names. Appointments of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Romkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next sitting, notice is given to elicit answers to the following questions from the Minister of Tourism. 1. Will the Minister of Tourism and Aviation advise whether an agreement has been reached on the sale of the Grand Lucayne property? 2. If so, will the Minister now lay the same on the table of this House? If not, will the Minister advise on what arrangement is referred to in the reported public comments of the chairman of Buchanan Renewal Holdings Limited, describing the engagement, the arrangement, as a watered down and a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Order that the notice be brought up.
And as I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I renew all notices in the name of the leaders in the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the notice to lie on the table. Notices. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I rise and renew all matters in the name of the government. And Mr. Speaker, I do move that the business of this House will adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, the 7th of December, 2020. Monday. You have to agree,
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Monday, the 7th of December. As many members are in favor, remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Exuma is trying to introduce some new operations into the House of Assembly that's never before been adhered to. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the business of this House do adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, the 7th of December, 2020, when we will be debating the bill that was laid by the honorable member for Mount Moriah, that was just laid.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Monday, the 7th of December. As many members are in favor, remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Monday, the 7th of December.